live on most of the platforms. And now live on the rest of them. Finish this up. Just quick, just quick. Alright, open up this bitch. We're finishing Firewatch. I mean, we just started it yesterday, but it's not a very long game. Alright, last bits really quick. Slide away. Alright. Back to Firewatch now. No, the teen speak.
Hello! My name is Erin Yvette, and I'm the voice of Chelsea.
Hi.
Before I go any further, actually, before I do go any further, I need to make sure that the sound doesn't suck. Which means I'm just going to... There we go. Just watch like a second of this.
I had no idea what the music should sound like, and also because it was the first interaction. Changed. Dropped in.
Makes you feel more like us. You confront the attacker, you scare him away, you beat his goddamn face in. Yeah, that's exactly what I'll do. Your arm gets cut up, but you...
Yep. Okay, I got the audio set up exactly right there.
My name is Nikki Rapp, and I'm the voice of Lily.
And we're the drunk teens in the lake.
The obnoxious, skinny dipping, drunk, firework blasting teens.
This isn't the first time that you've played a Lily, though.
It is not. It's actually the third time I've played a Lily. My first Lily was Lily Zanotto in Psychonauts. And then I played the lovable Lily in The Walking Dead from Telltale. And now
Gotta play that Walking Dead
I'm
games,
Lily in
Telltale
Campo
games.
Santo's amazing game Firewatch.
I'm pretty sure the backstory behind my character's name is that it's Sean Vanneman's girlfriend's name. Slightly less backstory
pretty
for me
rad,
personally,
though.
but she's a cool person in real life, so it's fine. Although I wouldn't
good.
say that this character is based off of her, because this character is... I guess I always pictured her being changing majors constantly in college because she like can't decide what she wants to do. Like she's gone through like psychology and sociology and like and just constantly flunking out of everything.
Yeah,
So she's
I
just
think-
switching until something sticks.
That's good you had ambition. I don't think my character really... I think she just was kind of drunk, cutting class.
This isn't the first time that they've done something like this.
Not at all. I think they were professionals at it. They were good. They were good at getting people to buy them booze, you know,
Totally.
that kind of a thing. That's good. Stand outside of 7-Eleven.
Whenever people ask me like, oh, who did you play in Firewatch? It's like, oh, remember that time on day one where like you saw these silhouettes of like gyrating women? I was one of those. I
Yeah, there's,
probably
like,
called you a fucking
bras.
asshole. That was me.
That's a dubious honor, but it's still an honor.
Totally, yeah. A little tiny bit of a really cool game.
Thanks.
Enjoyed the
You're
dubiousness of it all.
welcome.
I certainly would. Oh yeah. Let's close these.
I take it you fell prey to the Forest Service's this big recruiting effort when it comes to, how the hell you ended up out here?
Actually, I went looking for the job. I just wanted to get out of town for a while.
Well, you've come to the right place. Thanks to last summer, we got a bump in Forest Service budget and can actually afford to have you.
What happened last summer that accounted for this, windfall?
Jeez. I mean, the federal government almost let Yellowstone National Park burn to the ground? Ring a bell?
Yellowstone is like, what, 15 miles away? Why would they do that?
Well, the short story is that for 60 years, we got very good at not letting forest fires happen. And then about 15 years ago, they decided that forest fires in wilderness areas like Yellowstone should be left to burn. So that's what they did. I can't believe you didn't hear about this. There were reports that the entire park was gone. Dan Rather telling the country that
Artist,
President
mate.
Reagan didn't care on the nightly news. I mean, what the hell's he gonna do? Smoke jump in and snuff one out for the giver?
How was your Saturday? What'd you do today?
So what should they have done?
I don't even know. By the time the Yellowstone folks realized the little fires weren't gonna burn themselves out, 100,000 acres were gone. It's Yellowstone, People don't want to touch it, but we touch it every single day. But hey, I got a 30 cents an hour raise because we can't have another fiasco. The goddamn park can burn down again.
30 cents an hour. But I know jobs like that can be very stagnant when it comes to that kind of thing. Vendor show, M&A, nap. You've had a lovely day. Oh, nap with a boo, even better. Hopefully you got some sales. Hope you got some sales. Please tell me you sold something. Am I dabbing? I mean, I'm doing things for sure. Yes, absolutely I am. Barbecue chicken with, ooh, nice. Ranch mac and cheese, sweet peas. Oh, that's good. Sale art, good. That's why I'm glad to hear about a sale. Do I have an e-rig? I'm assuming you mean literally an e-rig, in which case no. But my brother is giving me his old one, and I am looking forward to that. And I'm actually having barbecue chicken tomorrow. Today I had chorizo quesadillas made by myself, and they were fucking good. Probably could have cooked them a little longer, give them a little more crisp, browned. Like, you know what I mean? Fucking good. Yes, American chorizo looks weird, but you know what? It's delicious. It's something of an addiction right now. I don't know why. But it's got to the point where I'm making it myself. I don't fucking cook for myself. That requires effort and time that I don't want to waste. I'd rather be spending playing games and talking to Mockingjays and artist mates and other people.
I have a bit of a confession to make.
What is it?
Look, I was drunk last night when I welcomed you to the job.
Yeah, well, you're not the first boss to be guilty of that.
I know, I know I can get a little pushy, putting you on the spot about why you're out here and stuff.
And you thought it was a good idea to get into your, love life, I guess you'd call it?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I'll keep that sort of a thing to a minimum. Anyway, let me know when you get back to your lookout.
Mockingjay, what were you up to today?
Hi everyone, this is Ben Burbank. I'm a programmer at Campo Santo, predominantly doing graphics work and performance stuff, and I'm here with Jane.
Hi, I'm back.
And we're going to talk a little bit about, in general, how the world sort of streams.
Oh yeah, you have that every couple Saturdays, don't you? Yeah, awesome. You're doing great work, Mockingjay. I love it. Fun and draining. Natural for someone that's doing great work.
This is a big open world game. There are like what, tens of thousands of trees somewhere in there?
Yeah, and we have how many chunks of the world that we stream in and out?
There are 100 plus.
Yeah, I think over 120.
One of the big challenges with that was we have to remove parts of it when you're not looking at it, because video game consoles and computers don't like to draw things that aren't seen.
Especially not a lot of trees.
It's very true. For a lot of games, it will only render what you can see. Otherwise, a lot of shit would just crash.
Yeah, it's a lot of work for that little graphics card to try and draw all those that big forest. So the canyon's one of the spots where we have like obvious occlusion, where you can't see most of the world. So we unload like the tower hub. The tower that you see in the canyon is fake. It's a small fake version.
Yeah.
Which is a common trick.
Yeah, so it's like a very low cost version of what it would actually be there.
One of the biggest challenges for Jane and people building the levels was figuring out line of sight. So how far can you see? Like if you have a point where you can see entirely across the map, we had to be very careful about what is actually loaded and what's actually drawing.
Yeah, so even though the canyon is pretty much a straight corridor, we had to put in some kinks in there. So, you know, like right sort of in the middle, there's a little area where you have to go around a rock. This is so that we could make sure you won't be looking at the lake when we basically delete it out of the world.
Yeah. The game also, you know, it's sort of non-linear. Like there's a linear story going on, but there's the ability for the player to just go backwards. So we also had to keep in mind like reverse line of sight and things like that, which is a little different than a traditional action game or something.
Yeah, it's kind of like a little puzzle game almost to figure out when we stream in and out things. So hopefully you don't notice any of it, because if you do, that's actually us not doing a great job.
You probably will notice it though sometimes. I'm sorry about that.
So far, I haven't noticed anything like that at all.
Hey, I heard some thunder.
Yeah, I've got eyes on a storm out to the north.
Bad, right? Because of the lightning?
It just means we'll be busy. Hurry home and try not to get hit by lightning.
I got hit by lightning when I was 9 years old, so I'm safe. It's not going to strike twice and all that.
Well, there was an old lookout named Roy Sullivan who got hit by lightning 7 times.
I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, well, if it makes you feel any better, it wasn't what killed him.
What killed him?
Suicide. Would you believe?
This game just takes you for dark turns out of nowhere. It reminds me that I still have to play Class of 010. That was my graduating year too. Oh, 9. Oh, that's right.
There's one in there? Great. Well, the sun's gonna go down soon, so if the batteries still work, you're in luck.
Yeah, I get the sense that not everything in here is useful.
In the boxes? Why's that?
I don't really know what I'll do with the deer horn.
Firstly, they're called antlers, and secondly, stay out here long enough and you'll get creative.
American Arcadia. Only a few years old. 9 out of 10. Puzzle platformer game developed by Out of the Blue. Published by Fury. Follows Trevor Hills as he tries to escape his simulated hometown, Arcadia, with the help of a stage technician, Angela. I'm immediately into the premise. so immediately into it that I'm going to look it up on Steam right now. $20.
Jesus. Angela? Angela! Are you there?
Yeah, we'll watch it.
What is this?
We'll watch this trailer.
This, Trevor, is your life. A life that has been recorded and compiled right down to the last second.
Also feels very Black Mirror right off the bat.
We'll get you out of here, I promise.
Shit, shit, shit!
Keep running, Trevor!
And an insider is helping him, one of us.
I love a creative art style.
Oh, no.
Yes, I got it. Stay away or...
Hit him.
What? Hey, no, I just saw it!
Live from the Arcadia Dome, I'm your host, Vivian Walton, and this is American Arcadia.
Well, it's on my wish list. When I get some more money to fuck off with and buy more games, that is high on the list now. That feels very much up my alley. Very much like a game like this kind of vibe, even. And yes, I have beat this game before, Marco. I love this game. Beat this game so many times, I'm not going to open the map or compass a single time. That was good. Also, how's it going, Marco? What's up?
Down here?
In Thunder Canyon?
Thunder Canyon?
Hey, I didn't name it. But in the cave, I don't know, rocks. NFS tells people not to go too far in there. It's pretty dangerous.
So
I say, fuck it. You're a grown man, you can go where you want.
great. Used to go caving with someone back in Colorado. She loved it. Might be great to explore it sometime this summer.
Well, that could be fun. Obviously, be very careful.
It doesn't seem that dangerous. Whoa, whoa! Oh, no!
Henry!
Seriously, it's completely fine in here.
God damn it.
What's up, Just Jay? It's been a while since I've seen you. How's it going?
It looks like the path leads through the cave.
Back in the cave, huh? Man, I don't need to lose another lookout in there.
Another lookout?
They go in, they never come out.
So this is another one of your jokes.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
Hello? Oh!
You gotta play with a good echo, you know?
This cave is gated off.
It's to stop spelunker from dying without getting the keys from the Forest Service office first.
Makes sense.
Although Debbie says she lost them like 3 years ago, so maybe its mysteries are locked away for good.
Ah, damn.
Yeah, but maybe you can find another one to get your caving kicks in.
Oh, this one's so close to home and convenient, though.
Aw, sorry, Hank.
Hi.
And me, I'm doing pretty good myself over here, Just Jay. I can actually say that and mean it right now. It feels good.
I'm Jane. We're back.
And I'm Ollie.
Let's talk about this cave, Ollie.
Oh, let's not.
This cave really gave us all quite a bit of headache.
I learned a lot about. I didn't know this much about caves when it came to video game development until it came to all this.
Actually, I was actually kind of having a mini panic attack because one of the hardest things to light in games actually is any area that's sort of half indoor and half outdoor, and this cave is a pain in the butt to light.
It is. Well, having we thought you'd be an old pro at this, having worked on a game called The Cave. But yeah, it caused a lot of problems in terms of the logic gating of the environment switches, because every time the time of day changes in the game, it then like sets that time of day.
Because there's no doorway really.
So the way the cave is lit, it actually just changes the time of day in the whole game. So like when you hit a trigger, if you could somehow magically transport yourself back outside the cave, you'd see like the sun spinning through the sky, the sky changing, and it was really hard to make that process invisible to the player and make it feel natural.
Not to mention that when you're inside the cave, everything also has to look really dark. And we use a method called image-based lighting throughout the game. And that basically means that all the objects, like all the trees and rocks, just look out to the sky to see what their lighting should be. And so in the cave, we actually had to do sort of like a fake sky for anything inside that is just pure black. So the lighting inside would be appropriately dark.
But still navigatable to a player without the flashlight.
Interesting.
And also to be able to have a smooth transition when you're going from the brightly lit outside to the really dark inside and coming back out again and having all the appropriate logic for the time of day, like Ollie said, it was just a real pain in the butt.
I've listened to that like 5 times, 6 times probably, and I still learn shit from listening to it over and over. Yeah, I try to make my responses as genuine as possible, be as honest as I can. It's good. Makes life easier, you know? Or, I don't know if easier is like the right word, just, I don't know, feels good.
There's some guy out here giving me the creeps.
Oh, creeps.
The creeps? Wait, he's looking at you? Is he doing anything else?
I don't think so.
Henry, there's something someone should have told you about this area.
What is it?
It's outside.
Come on.
The whole thing. And people come and go as they please. It's madness.
Yeah, okay, I get it.
Look, bumping into someone in the middle of nowhere is part of the fun.
So's not getting chopped up by an ex-murderer. Oh, no, hey, go away. No, we're not using that. Go away. But, the fact that he said creep, the figure, a creep or just some guy?
I love the little details in Firewatch's branching dialogue.
And I do too, for this reason, that they're going to explain.
There are a lot of very subtle, hard-to-notice things that Sean put in while writing it that you really couldn't notice without multiple playthroughs, but they add up to this feeling that you're talking to real people who, just like real people, kind of echo back things you said earlier, who, continue in-jokes that have been established, et cetera, et cetera. And one of the subtlest that I don't think I even noticed until I was rewiring the game midway through is the spooky figure who you meet towards the end of day one.
Spooky figure. If the teens call you a creep, Henry calls the guy who's putting a flashlight in his face a creep.
Right.
He goes, "There's some guy out here creeping," or he says something like, "He's a creep out here." She's like, "A creep, Henry." He's like, "Yeah, there's a guy who's spooking me out here. I don't like it." And I mean, I like doing stuff like that. I pay a lot of attention to the sort of infectiousness of language.
Yeah.
Especially in this office, someone will start using a turn of phrase that then I'll be at lunch with someone later, or I'll be out with Jake or whatever, and then I'll hear the phrase
theory crafting
through them. You know, where it's like, like if somebody was saying, "Oh, there was a total creep outside at the bus stop," then it wouldn't be long, like 18 hours later, it would be totally conceivable to hear Jake be like, "Oh yeah, that guy's kind of a creep. I don't know if we should have him by or whatever."
Yep.
And I'd be like, man, okay, like that word is now like bubbling along the surface of our social network here. And people are like that. People are weird, sort of like passive, like participatory sponges sometimes, and I just like putting that stuff in the writing. And you can do that in games in a way that you can't do that in other media. If you do that in like a book or something, it's so double underlined that it feels like you're making a big point as an author. But in a game, because it's player driven and it's passive, it just feels causal and the way of the world.
That's just a fucking. I love that. I love that little. I love that decision so much. It's such a small dialogue choice, but it's so real because people are such unconscious sponges when it comes to like language that we hear. I'm definitely taking the more active route. Love this little moment. I can almost feel that I hit my own body just watching him fall on that sign.
Well, that trail isn't closed anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I took care of the blocked path. It was backbreaking, but, you know, anything for the service.
Well, thank you.
Anytime.
Creating directed attention, which will be up ahead.
Chris again here.
Hey, and Jake, congratulations, player. You have completed the teen loop.
Oh man, that's true. This is the end of what was originally called teenloop.unity, a scene file in our game engine Unity, because we thought that was just going to be the file corresponding to
this piece of game that you've just played.
Yeah, this first big objective.
But then we kept building, so all of Firewatch is in fact saved inside of a file called teenloop.unity. So know that for the rest of your play experience, you are inside of the teen loop.
Yeah. This part of the game, you probably are right now if you're listening to these.
They should come out with like a little fun DLC where you're like just stuck in the trapless teen loop.
Commentary notes basically.
Wait. Stuck in a endless teen loop.
Sequence. The music is either about to kick in or has just kicked in. It's dark. You're finding your tower's been broken into. This I really strongly remember feeling when this went into the game and had the music, which was actually the first music implemented in the entire game. All this stuff together felt to me like the first real moment of assertive tension in the game, and it felt really crazy.
Yeah, because we had our environment system working for the first time, so the sky turned to nighttime, and our world logic allowed the tower to switch into its broken into state just when you were off in the world for the first time. And then when that music finally came in, we're like, oh, wow, okay, this is a world that's alive and can be tense and cinematic. And all of it happened without us ever having to cut the camera. I remember we were all very proud and stoked of that.
For sure.
That was like right before we first demoed the game, I think, at Penny Arcade Expo.
Yeah, because the end of day one was the end of the first demo.
Yeah.
Right before this, there's the moment with the creepy guy in the woods, and that was sort of a moment of tension. But that's also arguably maybe not, because it's immediately deflated by Delilah.
Right, but this
was like,
holy crap.
Okay, I remember feeling kind of nervous about it because it was like the game is declaring this is a tense moment, and if it falls flat, we have failed. We can't like make a joke to diffuse it. And I think it basically worked, and it was a real relief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just the outhouse, then, in terms of going to the bathroom?
You're a man, Henry. You can go wherever you want. Well, number one at least. And, full disclosure, I pee wherever I want as well.
So this generator is all the power I've got out here.
Yep, it doesn't go through much gas, and, well, you don't have much in the way of electronics, so...
What about my hairdryer?
Oh, I'm sorry. You might just have to make peace with frizzy locks.
I could never. I feel like I'm gonna be murdered when I'm in the outhouse.
Feeling a little exposed, are we?
Hey, no man in the history of the world has felt tough with his pants around his ankles.
Well, be strong. You can always call if you're having trouble.
Sure, I'll do that. Hey, you keep your lights on at night?
I'm doing a crossword puzzle. I do a lot of crossword puzzles.
Ah! You know, I don't think there's any fictional character I hate more than Forrest Burns.
Henry, as an employee of the Forest Service, that is treason.
Yeah, well, he really freaked me out as a kid.
He inspired me to spend the bulk of my 30s keeping the wilderness safe.
A shrink would have a field day with you.
Thanks, Mom.
What kind of name is Forrest Burns anyway?
Well, that would be a pun, Hank. A glorious pun.
I went to junior high with a guy named Royal Butts.
Royal?
Butts.
I didn't think anyone had been named Royal since the 1850s.
Well, Royal's mom, Flo, was a bit of a trendsetter.
Flo Butts? Oh, man, that's even worse.
Yeah, well, it's still better than Forrest Burns.
The first Burns over there. I do like to have him face up if I can. Yeah. Just for the creepy tension.
What can I do for you?
Well, my typewriter is on the ground, outside of my tower.
You right?
Yeah, look, the wind? No. How the hell...
You should get inside.
Fuck me.
Language of both of them. He always calls Delilah out on her language, but he's like just as bad. Gotta put the typewriter back through the window.
Someone broke in.
They what?
They wrecked the place. Threw my typewriter out the window. Motherfucker.
Holy shit. I'll let the Forest Service know what happened.
The place is trashed. I can't believe this shit. You hear anything yet? My fucking sheets are gone.
They stole your sheets? That's just mean.
Yeah, it sucks.
Okay, I put in a call.
Okay, thanks.
Do you have any idea who would have done this?
I mean,
I did probably piss off the girls at the lake.
it is actually them.
Ugh, fuck them.
Well, I'll have the Rangers keep an eye out for a couple of young women and question any they find. I can't believe someone would do this. I worry about bears and fires, and that's about it. And now I've got to worry about some, violent campers? Okay, in the morning I'm gonna call my friend Patty, who works the desk down in Cody. They keep a list of everyone who's officially been in and out of the trailhead since, I don't know, forever, and see if we can get a list of names. We won't get much, but at least if anything else happens, we can refer to it and see if anything comes up.
Thanks.
I need you to feel safe out here.
Just point me to the Forest Service weapons cache and I'll feel safer than the Pope in his little car.
Yeah, someone made the choice years ago that leaving people with infinite amounts of alone time and a gun was kind of a bad idea.
Grenades?
I'll see what I can do.
Dark. Day 2. Day 2.
Wake up.
As if we got any sleep.
Hey, wake up.
Wait, what's your problem?
Our problem.
Sorry, our problem.
That storm knocked out the phone line I used to talk to the service, which means we're cut off. I tried radioing out, and that's not working either.
Can I go fix it?
Well, you probably can't, but what you can do is hike out to where the wire runs through your area and report back if it's down. Then I can track down a ranger to get someone on it.
Okay, I can do that. Where is it?
Remember that cave you hiked through yesterday?
Yeah, of course.
So you're gonna want to go back there, go through it, and keep going straight to the north when you come out.
Will do.
Thanks, Hank.
It's Henry.
What, you don't like Hank?
Yeah, I don't like Hank.
But thanks rhymes with Hank.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, all right.
You wake up pretty early then, huh?
As soon as the sun comes up. The Forest Service really frowns on us putting up curtains for some reason.
I just covered my head with my pillow. Seems to do the trick.
Wow. The forest could never burn down on your watch.
Hey, I can see your tower. Suppose that means you can see me.
Yeah, well enough.
Can you see the communication wires from where you are?
I can see the poles, but I have no idea if the wire's in good shape or not. They run a good distance up to a spot called Beartooth Point. You just need to walk along them all the way up there and make sure everything's in ship shape.
Oh yeah, Turt Reynolds. All right.
Be free! Well, I could never send you away. Take me back.
I just want to see if there's any more dialogue. I've never tried experimenting beyond that. How many times can I toss you? Alright. I'm gonna do one more time, but with force. Yep, you're good. You're good. Can't break you. Unless I shake you. Also, May 2nd, 1989. Almost felt like I heard that. I heard like the gaming historian say that before. May 2nd, 1989. Sleep is going to be a real problem without making this a list of all that's happening all that's happening all of the time. For Henry from the future, this was the night your tower got turned over, your sheets are gone. Going to have to figure out today because last night wasn't good. I'm fucking freezing. Wow. I was 100% sure I wouldn't have any Jules dreams out here since I was sleeping in a new place and everything. But sure enough, during the 30 minutes I fell asleep, around 5 a.m., we were back on the beach in Melbourne. There's that moment where I know it's coming, where I know the water is going to come up and up and up, and I think I'm going to spew or my heart is going to stop or something. But this time, I woke up before anything happened. Maybe that's progress? I had my fingers crossed that I would just be dreaming about squirrels and mountains and trees and shit, but what are you gonna do? Oh, have you been sick? That's the fucking worst, I'm sorry. Firewatch Day Structure.
Hey, I'm Chris.
And I'm Sean, and day one ended abruptly. A lot of games don't do that structurally.
Yeah.
You sort of get to an end point, you touch a flag, or you continue on infinitely with no cuts.
Right.
Cuts are very rare in games that have sort of
first-person games, especially.
Yeah.
The idea for that came from the movie Dallas Buyers Club.
So interesting.
I know. I remember so specifically seeing the first time that movie cuts to a day title card, where you learn that the Matthew McConaughey character has diagnosed with AIDS and essentially given 30 days to live, and then it cuts and it says day one, and it was that was like a gut punch when you see that because of what it implies, and I was like, oh man, our game is set in basically a limited amount of time, and there's like this tense thing that happens that makes it, it's not as though there's like a specific date that's coming up, but there is like tension now that exists. Also, we had to figure out just how to get around the fact that we had a big open world and needed to tell a linear story, and so I just came in the next day and pitched that idea based on that movie.
And we all just thought it was like stylish and interesting and solved so many problems. So
and a beautiful
It
choice.
creating a lot more problems, but I think it worked overall.
Yeah, it's great.
Another game design choice that I just gush over. Got a new one here? No. Okay, so we're not using our map or compass. This is facing south, so we need to go north this direction to the cave.
Hey, it's Ollie again.
And Jake.
Hey, oh yeah, Jake. Forest Burns.
So I feel that we're right now in close proximity to Forest Burns.
I think the idea for Burns came around when we realized that Smokey the Bear was not a public domain figure, and we realized, but also something that people associate with.
I just want to hold on to Forest Burns during this.
With wilderness parks.
Right. So what if we created something far worse than Smokey the Bear?
What if we made something horrifying and strange? I mean, the original idea was that as the game kind of built up, you'd find these Forest Burns posters that would get gradually more sinister and be this sort of like externalization of Henry's inner paranoia sort of creeping in. But
that did not happen.
We didn't do that. We just made a wacky character and stuck him in the game.
Again, secretly wish they went that
I
route.
think there's one of the Forest Burns posters survives in a couple places. Like Delilah's Tower at the end has the Forest Burns can dig it poster. But the one that says "snuff it out" with him holding a match
Does not appear in the game.
the face of a child. Yeah, it's not there.
No, that's out.
Yeah, I know. Even up until the moment that Forest Burns went into the game, I feel like there was a hesitance from the team to include him in the game. But
I went and just put him in.
you rogue modeled the Forest Burns stand-up, and then right before the GDC demo, I put him on the back of the outhouse.
Yes.
And then it turns out that he was really fun. Fun Forest Burns fact: for a while, you could use him as a physics object, and then we've discovered that you could surf Forest Burns and use him to get to inaccessible areas. So you can no longer do that, unfortunately.
That's much to my chagrin.
Yeah, surf Burns down the shell slide, not allowed. Anyway, that's him. Enjoy him.
Yep.
Use him well.
Surfer Burns. God, that would have been great. I have a stupid amount of love for this game. Sit here and listen to
It's
this.
Chris again.
And Sean.
Hey. So the conversation that you may be hearing or may be coming up soon.
Coming up next.
Has Delilah taking a call from another lookout. Unbeknownst to her, Henry can hear this all happening. And when she finishes that call, you as the player can choose to call her on it or not call her on it. And that was a very interesting piece of writing and design, I think.
Yeah, I really loved the idea we had here, and I love the way it is performed, but I feel like I especially would add something to it if I were to go back into the game and noodle around. it was kind of, this is a kind of a confusing call for people, and I'm sure if it was for you, you'll understand why, which is that people get really hung up on the fact that Delilah takes this mysterious call, and then it's never sort of like overtly explained that she's just doing her job. She's just literally just talking to someone else, and the lens through which you hear it is 100% is Henry's paranoia. But I feel like that could have been underscored here way more had I let you, the player, like, find a nuanced middle ground and sort of pry at her about what that call was without freaking out. If you call her on it, Henry gets very, very defensive. And while I think that goes to illustrate the fact that Henry doesn't have a lot of capacity for nuance and middle ground because he's so damaged and bummed to be in the situation he's in, I feel like you kind of did players a disservice by not letting them feel out the relationship and a potential mystery early on.
I think that dated from an earlier revision of the game in which we were barreling towards more of a hard break between Henry and Delilah.
Yes.
And this was maybe just one thing that didn't quite get that last tweak.
Yeah. But I still like the scene.
Me too.
Nevertheless.
Haven't decided how I'm going to go about this. We're going to find out.
It's actually pretty damn cold out here.
Roger that. Warms up fast. The mornings are cold in Boulder, though, right?
Yeah, they are.
What did you get up to down there? I mean, what's life like?
We'll try to avoid talking about Julia right off the bat.
I don't know. I used to just spend a lot of time with our dog, Bucket.
Aw, that's a good name.
He was a good dog.
What type?
A beagle. We got him from the pound.
That's great. Hey, can you hold on a sec?
Sure. I'm just gonna keep hiking and hoping it warms up.
Heyo. I don't think so. Why, have you? Okay, good. No, I don't think he has any idea.
Hey, your button is still down.
I'm absolutely sure.
Delilah, I can hear
Would
you.
you?
I said I could.
All right.
Wait, are you talking
I'll
about
let you know
me?
if anything changes in that regard. Hey, sorry about that. Anyway, Bucket's a cute name. You owned him with someone?
We'll talk. Yeah.
Who was that?
Who was who?
I don't think he has any idea. What was that? Were you talking about me?
What?
You left your button pressed or something.
Henry, that call was work. I was just talking to... Actually, it's not really your business. Why are you freaking out?
I'm not freaking out.
Good. I'm gonna go quiet for a little bit. Call me if it's important.
That was just straight up suspicious. No getting around that. Now, there is a cash box I might miss over here if I'm not careful. This game ain't just pretty, it's gorgeous. Want to run away and become a Firewatch in this place.
I can see the wire you're talking about. It looks like it's in good shape from here.
We'll follow it up to the top of the trail if you can. You can head back as soon as you give me the all clear.
Got it.
We got Raccoon Carter up ahead.
So we really can't reach anyone any other way than these wires?
What else do you suggest? Smoke signals?
Just seems dangerous.
Well, if they don't hear from me for a few days, they'll send someone out, but I'd rather it not come to that.
Hey, I found a structure that might have been an outhouse once, I think.
Whoa, you don't need my permission to go to the bathroom, but, you know, use abandoned shitters at your own peril.
I mean, I'm in the right area?
Yeah, the wire runs quite a ways north. Just follow it up to the point that I mentioned.
I found an old notepad of, I guess, songs. Someone was writing a song called Old Shoshone.
Old Shoshone, where the sky is blue and the teens are nude.
It's yeah, it's just like that, except about 10 times more depressing.
Real person's actually not that bad. I think I got the old cabin up ahead.
Found an old hat from a Korean War vet.
You'd be surprised how many former service members take this gig.
Well, makes sense.
I imagine if you've been through war, you probably can't get enough silence.
Alright, we got Raccoon Carter up ahead. Now this is, I don't know what the percentage is that we're gonna get an event here. So,
Anything I should
let's
know
go in
about
and find
the
out.
cabin at the top of this hill? Hello?
There we go. Alright, let's see if it happens. Nothing. We don't get any Raccoon Carter lore. That's fucking annoying as shit. Get a destroyed guitar that I'm gonna throw out the window. It's one thing that annoys me because it's a bit of lore that I actually know the least amount about because I don't get I never get the random chance to get the Raccoon Carter shit to happen.
Hi, Ollie.
Hi, Sean.
It's nice that we're doing a tape together.
I know, is this the first one?
It's our first and only one.
Oh, that's a shame.
I feel like we've done so much together not on tape. At least not recorded in the way that you know about.
Okay.
And here we are talking about Hawk's Rest.
Hawk's Rest.
You concepted this area.
Yeah, the idea was that it would seem from the outside a sort of innocuous little house on the edge of a cliff, much like your own lookout, but when you open the door you get the surprise that it's been burnt away and you just see a vista and sort of rush of wind as you open that door, and I thought that would be a really fun reveal to the player.
Yeah, and I sort of screwed it up when I first wrote this scene, because all of these sort of Hawk's Rest dialogue and all the stuff about Raccoon Carter was as you were walking up the hill, you could report the cabin, which was a lookout tower, at the top of the hill, and then get into the story about its former inhabitant as you were approaching it, and then it sort of buried the moment in a way. So we took all that stuff out, and I hacked in very inelegantly, I think, that Delilah just doesn't answer you when you ask her about what the house at the top of the hill is. And then you get to experience it alone before getting the story about Raccoon Carter. And I'm really happy with the way that worked out. Also,
there's a secret.
But the raccoon that lives in the stove that you may or may not know about is only there on certain days because of a myriad of design reasons. But if you're here on any day that isn't day 2 and you open that stove, there's a little critter in there. And that was animated by James, textured by Ollie, drawn by Ollie. I really like that raccoon, Oliver.
Thanks, Sean.
You did a very nice job on that raccoon. Also, you did a very nice job on the rest of the game. And I'm only going to tell you that on the Hawk's Rest tape. I'm actually going to edit this out. I don't want anyone hearing me ever compliment you.
Fantastic.
In the record, but because it's our only tape together. But yeah, I really love the way this area came together.
It's lovely the way it is. Very
lovely.
nice. Well done.
Yes. How have I do? I've been doing all right over here. You are. Oh, that's an AG. Wow. Yes, that does ring a bell from the Valorant days. How have you been? Give me some news from you. What's up? We're gonna get a little more Ron and Dave lore right here. A little bit more into their love, their tryst.
these guys Ron and Dave. They're leaving notes for each other in the boxes. Is there any chance one of them was that guy I saw in the canyon? You know, the guy with the flashlight?
No, they're both rangers. They're not out here this season. I didn't
Rangers.
really know him that well, but I always assumed the only thing Ron cared about was chasing tail and getting loaded.
He cares about chasing Dave's tail.
To know that he was able to keep up a correspondence with someone who wasn't going to send him a topless Polaroid.
Wants a topless Polaroid from Dave. Dave, hey yo, I got your note about needing to talk. And sorry, I didn't track you down. Been looking for you all day. Figured you'd be out near the canyon helping those grad students, but I guess not. I don't even know how I could really help anyway. We're co-workers, you know? Amigos, professionales. If you need someone to throw a case back with and go time traveling, Ron's your guy. But I'm not great with the life stuff, you know? You get it? Later, Ron. Oh, Ron. You just have to open up your heart and admit your feelings. Be true to yourself. Pick up this board and throw it off the cliff. 6 Feet Down Under by Richard Sturgeon. Detective Neil Black told himself he'd never visit Australia, but when a grisly murder in South City leads all the way to Sydney, Black is determined to make the killer say, "Good day to justice." I have never read these. I hate that I've never read these. The critics rave over Crime by the Numbers. Black makes Sam Spade look like Mickey Mouse. Bill Wednesday. Crime by the Numbers is as if Tolstoy wrote the novels in my youth. There may not be a better depiction of... Okay. We'll put that back. We can toss the wooden board, but that can stay. Marcus, I love this game a lot too. Played it many a time. I'm going for the alternative ending though. Going for the secret ending. I have not played any of those games.
Guess what?
What is it?
There's a bunch of empty cans up here.
Same as before?
Yep.
These fucking kids.
These fucking kids. I love the way she says. I love the way she says that.
How could these girls be so stupid?
Trust me, I never underestimate the stupidity of a drunk teenager. Also, I never underestimate the balls of a drunk young woman, having been one.
Well, I hopped down a drop and now I can't climb back up.
That is a pickle.
I could just keep hiking, but I figured I should let you know in case I get myself trapped out here.
How adventurous of you.
I've been doing a lot more climbing out here than I expected.
Well, keep your radio charged. I'd hate to one day find a skeleton with an orange backpack at the bottom of a ravine.
Got it, boss. Trying to make sure I don't miss any beer cans. Hardly any.
Hey, so the wire is definitely down out here. I just found it.
That's actually good to hear. I can send someone out to fix it. Good find.
Yeah, the thing is, it doesn't look like the wind. It looks like it was cut deliberately.
I knew it the moment you said you found their trash. These idiots are gonna pay. Do they realize this is how people die? I mean, what if something happened to one of my lookouts while this was going on? And God forbid there's an actual fire burning out of control.
What do you want to do?
I want you to go find them.
And then what?
I haven't thought that far ahead. That's not true. Everything that comes to mind is illegal.
hear it.
Oh yeah?
Hey, I came out here for a breath of fresh air and some adventure. What do you got?
I think I want you to just find them and scare the hell out of them.
Yeah, I'd make a spooky ghost costume, but they stole my sheets.
I don't know. Wait for them to wander off and wreck their camp. Something that would make a teenage girl run home to mommy and daddy.
I'll find them.
Thanks.
But I am gonna need a raise.
Don't hold your breath. I'd start by hiking back towards your tower and just keep an eye out for anything that would lead you to them.
Well, they're big into Red Eagle.
Great. See if you can find the path they took down from there. Maybe they looped back around towards the lake or something. I doubt they're where they were yesterday, but they obviously can't have gone far.
Do you see anything from yours? Like, clues as to where they could be?
Clues. I really like your enthusiasm for mystery.
I'm just doing my job.
I mean, it is a
I
mystery.
Like it. I do. I can't wait for you to give these girls a piece of our minds, collective. But no clues. I can't see anything from here.
Hey, Chris again.
And Sean.
Hey, if you saw the second trailer for Firewatch, there's a moment that takes place here where Delilah points out that there's someone in Henry's tower. Henry points out that he's not there. Camera swings back to the tower, and it's a big dramatic ending. Of course, that moment happens in a completely different part of the map in the actual game, and has totally unrelated to this moment that you're now experiencing.
And this was a trailer that we had debuted with Sony at E3, so we knew we had a big audience and that a lot of people were going to see it. It's really, really challenging. I mean, you all know, because everyone goes to movies, what it's like to watch a trailer for a movie that you're excited about and maybe have already decided to see and then be shown too much stuff.
Hold on a second here. Okay.
Yeah. And every once in a while, a movie either has like the ability to, or sort of the chutzpah to just show you a scene that hit the cutting room floor, or an alternate version of something that gets you feeling the way you should feel and excited for the movie as presented, but doesn't spoil it for you. And I think I'm really happy that we ended up doing that. I think it's good. Like, you're not lying. It's not like we showed you a mechanic that you can't do or anything like that.
I think that we basically had to find a way to accurately convey the type of tension and mood of the game without spoiling it. And so we basically ended up just writing those trailers to fit. I think it worked.
Yeah.
And that's true. Watching that little trailer and actually experiencing the actual moment in the game, very identical feelings of tension.
I've got an overgrown trail here.
Yeah, that'll happen.
So I'm screwed when it comes to getting past it?
Mm-hmm. Screwed until you clear yourself, yeah.
Great. Well, if I come across some tools, I'll add groundskeeping to my ever-increasing list of responsibilities. There's really no way past some of this underbrush that's grown over the trail.
See, the thornier a trail is, the less inclined a ranger is to want to deal with it. They'll just hike or take their horse a different way.
I mean, it seems convenient, but I mean, people have different ways of, different ideas, different things, ideas of what's. I don't even know what the fuck I'm trying to say.
I gotta tell you, all this climbing and jumping, it's pretty invigorating.
Just wait for the rest of the summer when you'll be sitting on your fat ass 14 hours a day.
Which is apparently what Firewatch lookouts really actually do. Really actually Yo. Alright.
There's an abandoned pack out here.
And it's not one of the teens?
No, it looks like it was lost a long time ago.
Well, you could always pilfer it for supplies.
Well, I am flush with ropes now. That pack was full of them, in decent condition too.
That's lucky.
I mean, there's enough rope here that I could just leave them hooked up, I think. Oh, get this. This pack came with one of those cardboard single-use cameras.
With pictures left?
Yeah, he only used 3 or 4.
Neato.
Thank you, Brian Goodwin.
Wait, who?
The bag had the name Brian Goodwin sewn into the top.
Huh. Wow.
Do you know him?
Yeah, I just haven't heard that name in a few years.
What, was he a fella you had a thing with?
Yeah, so hot and heavy. Of course, Brian Goodwin was 12 years old, so, our love could never really be understood.
Ugh.
I'm kidding. Not about him being an actual 12-year-old. That part's true. He was stationed in Two Forks, your lookout, with his dad Ned 3 summers ago. Great kid.
You can bring children out here?
No. I'm not a stickler for rules. They took off halfway through the summer.
What, they couldn't handle your unique brand of charm?
Not many can.
Unsurprising.
Anyway, so it goes. Have fun with that camera. Try not to snap anything that would scar a Photodome employee.
I don't know, I got a lot of hiking to do. Might get bored.
Well, I'm bored as rocks, so I'll keep you company while you find those girls, huh?
Hi, it's Ben.
Oh, it's Jake. Hey, Ben. So let's talk about Henry's camera. Or I guess, more specifically, the Goodwin family camera. We liked the idea of Brian and his dad bringing one of those little cardboard cameras out with them. And we had thought at various points in production, maybe...
Haley and I still have disposable cameras from when we got married in Jamaica. All those years ago. We still have not taken a single one of them to get developed. They were underwater. They were underwater cameras too. We exclusively use them underwater. God, we gotta do something about that.
we should cut taking photos because it's really complicated. Maybe you should just see the ones at the end in the credits and be shocked by the Goodwin family.
When I joined the project, I actually was super excited about this feature. I liked the idea of having the camera have a little bit of a real-world feel to it. People seem to like when you showed it.
This game makes me want to use in-game built-in camera features in games more. This is it's there. Why not enjoy it?
An animated GIF of it on Twitter.
I'm becoming more vain taking Snapchats of myself.
Especially once the idea was
why not do it in
that
games?
On PC, you could print out your photos or you could upload them to the internet and get them developed, which is the thing that we do.
Yeah, the photos that we take are actually secretly 5 megapixel, first generation digital camera quality photos, but just good enough that if you print them out, they look okay.
Yeah, once we went all in on that as a concept, it seemed like having the camera in the game was an essential no-brainer. And then we went all in on making it work like a real camera. We really wanted, you'll have a fixed number of shots you can take. Every time you take a picture, Henry has to wind the camera by hand.
And some players ignore it and don't take pictures. They'll take the 2 that Delilah tells you to, and then the end credits will play and they'll see 2 pictures and maybe have a little feeling of loss that they didn't participate in that feature.
Yeah, or people who get super bummed because they get really into the mystery and take pictures of strange machines and ripped up campsites and a dead Brian Goodwin, and then get to the end credit sequence and go, oh, that was me.
Yeah, they only see the sad things.
I
Those
like
people
that.
win.
Depending on how much you use the camera and what you choose to take a picture of, you end up getting a different story at the end of the game. That's the thing that I think worked out the best with the camera and made me the happiest that we actually went all out on building this new thing.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Because my lack of enthusiasm for using the camera and always forgetting that they exist. I took exactly 2 pictures of one moment that they suggested that I take a picture of, and then dead Brian Goodwin, like they said, and then I get to see the happy pictures. It's like, oh wow, I really did not participate in this thing. I definitely feel like I lost out. So you never know. You never know what the devs are doing behind the scenes. You never know how good they are. How they're trying to cater to your experience. Now, I see already the smoke where the teens are. I'm just gonna head in that direction though. I'm just gonna go in that direction and see what happens without any other prompting. All right, more from Ron and Dave. Dave, guess who's going out with Debbie next week? No, not that shit. No, not that shitheel Steve. It's your man Ron. I went up to check on the new guy at Two Forks, and heard him talking to himself, more than usual for Lowe's. So I figured I'd stay away. Remember when you saw Chimney rock heavy himself in that hammock? I'm starting to think the Forest Service only picks the deranged and perverted. Except for us, of course. We're the creme de la creme. Let's toast to Deb at the spot. Ron. Oh, man. Dave is gonna be jealous when he reads about that. Unless they're just really open with each other. In which case, great for them.
Someone found a fossil and put it in a cash box.
Could be the same person who left that antler.
Maybe they're leaving me an entire creature, piece by piece.
No. I know there's a little short way there. There's a fence over here, though, that needs to be addressed.
Hey, Delilah?
What do you got? You found him?
No, not yet. Why would there be a fence out here?
Because sometimes hikers go ass over tea kettle when on a trail.
So the Forest Service would put up a big chain link fence?
A chain link fence?
Yeah. It looks like it surrounds a huge area.
Huh. That's weird.
What do you think they're keeping in? What do they not want to have get out of there?
Oh, geez, so many things.
Should I just stop you now?
Maybe loads of hedgehogs.
Okay.
Thousands, even full percentage points of the global hedgehog population.
Hedgehogs.
The New Zealand government is up in arms. Where are all the hedgehogs? Well, folks are hiding them all in Wyoming. That's where they are. Who would do that and why? Haha. That is the real mystery.
Really glad I kept you in the loop. Thanks for all of the high-quality information.
Okay. I'll ask what's up if I talk to someone in the next few days who I think might know.
Alright, I'm gonna go get some water really quick. Back in like a minute, 2, something like that, possibly. It should be like that, yeah. have returned to the game, and I have returned to playing the game. After I swipe this away, swipe that up, check my messages, swipe this away and that away. That, and okay.
Do you think those girls could be behind this fence?
Well, having once been an ornery young woman, the last thing I would do is climb a fence. Especially if I knew I was in trouble.
I don't even know how I would get in.
It's really strange that that's out there, by the way.
Yeah, it's weird. Hey, remember that guy from yesterday, the guy I saw hiking home?
Yes?
Maybe he was from this fence place.
From the land of the fence.
Yes.
You know what? I'll make a note. You might be onto something.
I'm gonna add a little more clickbait onto TikTok side of things. And secret ending. Yeah. That's definitely clickbaity.
Hey, Chris here.
And Patrick.
Hey, Patrick. So at this point in the game, we're starting off on the search for the teens. One big challenge we frequently had on Firewatch was figuring out how to guide players when the person giving you your current objective doesn't actually know where to send you. Delilah knows you need to find the teens, but neither of you have any idea where to start.
And in this case, we'd used telephone poles to get you up to Beartooth Point, and we're now using some beer cans to sort of lead you in the general direction away from that. Of course, we rapidly saw that these teens were drinking a truly ludicrous number of beers in one walk.
I think you and I both placed quite a few of these beer cans, probably you even more than I.
Yep.
It's
Pretty sure I commented on that in my first playthrough.
Started to sort of strain credulity.
Right. Which is why I think we had to add that case at the end just to make it plausible that there are something like 30 cans out there.
Right.
Yeah.
Probably the best tool we ended up coming up with for this, which was the smoke plume.
Right.
Was because we were getting increasingly uncomfortable with stretching fiction so far, to the point of adding this many like Hansel and Gretel beer cans.
That's right. And but even then, the smoke plume was not enough. Many players didn't notice it or weren't looking up, which we know is a common game design problem. And that's when we started adding.
It is a real thing in game design where it's common that players just do not look up.
Dialogue where Henry could call into Delilah and basically say, "Where do you have any ideas? I'm lost. I still can't find them." Kind of mirroring what we saw in playtesting, where people did get lost and got frustrated.
Right.
Ultimately, when that fell down,
eventually, if you have not noticed anything, you haven't asked Delilah about any of this stuff, she will just call you and say, "Hey, I see some smoke. Maybe that's where you should go."
Right, and that pretty well sews it up.
The sort of full court press of all of those things. I think most players eventually find their way to the teens. I mean, we figured it was okay for players to get lost a little bit. I mean, that is the point of this. You are supposed to be on an aimless search a little bit on this mission. But, you know, I think with all of the different tools we added in, most players eventually feel like they're actually on some kind of trail.
I mean, I suggested an omniscient satellite AI that could contact you and tell you exactly where to go, but that was shot down.
Yeah, it was a late cut.
Yeah.
Real Firewatch is a game about a guy that basically runs off. It's basically a simulator about running off into the woods and running away from your problems, and it's a period piece taking place in like 1989. It's a really fun narrative-driven game. We'll listen to this one too.
Hi, I'm Will.
This is also
I
director
was
commentary.
the gameplay and systems programmer on Firewatch.
And I'm James, and I...
Also really quick. Hello, Dreamin'. I don't know. I mean, who are you on TikTok?
I was the animator on Firewatch.
And we're here to talk about
Yeah, I literally just answered what you said.
climbing and mantling today.
Firewatch is just a very narrative-driven game.
Just stuff that essentially was more point-to-point interactive stuff, where you sort of like look to the rock you wanted to put your...
I just don't interrupt and answer answer like right off the bat though. I wait for like better, more appropriate moments. I let gameplay out, and I just let gameplay out sometimes.
Hand on and click on it, and you kind of do that. A lot of the platforming-y type stuff just got pared down because as you make the game, you realize what game you're making, and it's not really about being an athletic climbing person. It just kind of like made the game slower when you were trying to get to the next conversation. Mostly what the climbing stuff ended up being useful for in like game design terms was characterization. So some of the mantles do a decent job of getting across that Henry is kind of a lumbering, slightly heavier person, as we sort of like force you to watch Henry kind of slug over an edge rather than being a nimble, mirror's edgy person.
We also use it a lot of times to break up sightlines so that you get a good vista as you come up over a mantle, like when you see the man with the flashlight for the first time, or kind of see the burned forest.
In the cave, sometimes we use the camera animation on mantles to hide a sort of teleport to a different part of the cave, which was pretty useful actually, so that was quite good.
The reason that it all got pared down is we, didn't want you to ever fall off the cliff, didn't want you to back down them. Like, nobody ever wanted to climb back up those twice, so we just made them simpler and simpler and simpler until eventually getting to you just hit the button and climb all the way up.
One of the earliest conversations I had with Jake, he just sort of casually mentioned, oh, and I think...
Bitch, I would prefer you to come to whatever platform you want to go to, whether that's Twitch or TikTok. I ain't leaving either. I'll tell you that the one I am least likely to stop streaming on is TikTok. The one I am least likely to stop streaming on is Twitch, and the one I'm most likely to customize is Twitch. But whatever you want to do, man.
Thinking that you can't die in this game, and which now seems like the most obvious design decision ever for Firewatch, but I'd only been making games before then where it's like, yeah, and then you have your character can die and you respawn and da-da-da, like traditional video game stuff. And the idea suddenly of like, oh, like how do you make content that still feels like I'm climbing over stuff and I'm doing things, but with absolutely no risk? And I remember at the very beginning being like, oh god, is that going to be a huge problem? Of course now, if you ever saw Henry fall to his death in the game, it would be ludicrous and ruin the moment.
Absolutely.
But Firewatch 2 is going to have lots and lots of falling to your death, obviously.
It was a great choice.
From this burned section of forest, I have no idea where to go. Their trail is pretty cold at this point.
You're out by Mule Point. No one would camp out in the fireweed. Well, I want you to stay out there as a favor to little old me.
My pleasure.
Okay, we know these young women are sloppy. They must have left some sort of trail.
You'll find it. The smoke plume is literally over this direction-ish. I'm sure if I... somewhere around there.
Sorry.
We're skipping this one entirely.
Earlier. I thought about it, and yeah, I suppose that must have sounded kind of weird when you heard me take that other call. Plus, you're just out here in your own head. Trust me, I know how it is. So, did you break any hearts back in Colorado when you took this job? I myself have chosen to never get attached to anyone who would miss me, but I know I'm a bit of an outlier. I don't mean that the way it sounds. I mean, I care about people, and I like companionship as much as the next person. But why does it have to come from the same person for your whole life? My Aunt Kathy was married to the same guy for 4 decades, and when he died, she found out he'd been having an affair with a real estate broker for 15 years. Whereas my Aunt Judy traveled the world dating artists and musicians as she saw fit. Call me crazy, but I'd rather spend a week in bed with Sonny Bono than half a lifetime with some cheating stockbroker.
No, I didn't break any hearts when I left.
We're gonna dance around the fact that we were married. I don't do that very much. And yes, I have lost quite a bit of weight. Almost 100 pounds in the last year.
So you guys broke up?
Something like that?
And you're just bursting at the seams to talk about it.
Obviously.
You really are very perceptive.
I know. It's one of my many gifts, along with accents and impeccable night vision.
Incredible.
Why, thank you very much, Governor.
Definitely curious to see where it goes. The smoke plume is somewhere in this direction.
I'm having a hell of a time getting this fucking flapjack off his ass and out to repair that wire.
Excuse me, flapjack?
You know, like a loser, a chotch.
I really don't, but I do now.
Well, the next time you're at a bar and some banker steps on your foot so he can order his crappy martini, you've got just the name to use.
Hey, flapjack, why don't you wait your turn before I bounce your face off a dumpster?
It's beautiful.
It is actually pretty good. Fucking flapjack. There it is. But we're not going to acknowledge it. We're just going to go in that direction. I have not been working out, aside from exactly 1 month where I did like push-ups every single day, basically until I was exhausted. Besides that, just mostly not eating out of depression. Not good, but you know, a win's a win.
Wow, I'm on top of a natural bridge out here.
Really? Is it a complete arch?
No, I guess the bridge is out here. Still, I think I could jump this gap to get across the canyon.
Wow, you're a regular Evel Knievel.
Oh yeah, you should see the jumpsuit I'm wearing.
Hey, Jane.
Hi, Jake. Let's talk about how I almost killed you over this canyon crossing.
Why would anyone have any objection to something in a game as lovely as this area?
So originally, when we first built this whole canyon, you can only walk through the bottom where the creek is.
It looks really lovely when you're walking along the bottom looking up.
Mm-hmm. And you cannot get close to anything.
You can just imagine what the top of the canyon looks like, and you don't ever have to see it or make it.
Mm-hmm. Basically, there was nothing up here.
But what if, think about this though, what if you could walk...
Alright, let me answer your question, Dreamin', Mr. Dreamin', Mr. Real. Firewatch is a narrative-driven game. It's basically like a video game movie, where you are playing this guy whose life has fallen apart. He is basically, his life has literally fallen apart, and he's essentially decided to go live in the woods as a sort of ranger or a Firewatch guy. And it's all the game is all about like the summer that he spends here, along with his boss Delilah, whom he only communicates with via radio, walkie-talkie radio, and also a side mystery that's going on in the background as well. It is a beautifully written game. Lots of interesting dialogue choices that make you want to play again. At least it made me want to play again.
across the top of it and look down.
As well as director commentary, which is what we're listening to right now. What fucking video game has ever let you listen to director commentary? Not many. And I love it. I love listening to video game devs talk about the decisions that they made in their game. I've said that a million times over, but I'll keep saying it. It's true.
And then we built all of that too.
I just remember the day when you mocked this out in the paper map and just gingerly just showed it to me. And then I looked at it and I was like,
what's that line? What's that line doing going over there?
No way, Jake.
There was no way I was gonna win that. I mean, I ended up just building a lot of it myself to
And
try.
then, yeah, and I think you were like, okay, how about this other thing? I was like, okay, this other thing is fine, but this is definitely not happening.
I just secretly built a million walls and trees and like did every single thing that I possibly could to make it so
But
you
you
would
did
look
a
at
good
it.
job though, because like the thing I was really worried about was when you're up there, you end up seeing basically the whole length of the canyon, and then also all the way to basically towards Delilah's tower, which means it's like
Right,
way
all the way
like
through like
yeah.
the Beartooth Point
it would be
area.
like way too much game to try to draw.
Mule Point. Yeah,
So
yeah,
that
exactly.
that was the original sort of, you know,
It was a lot
fear.
of very careful, like, then you go around this turn and then you secretly drop down 3 feet and a bunch of huge trees come up. I was very happy that we were able to get the canyon crossing in, because it's one of the few places where I think you do a total figure 8 over yourself.
Yeah. It was nice that you managed to problem solve all the sight line areas before I lose my mind.
Thanks for not killing me. I'm alive to be on this commentary track.
Come back. No. Whatever.
I'm at that rock arch over the canyon. Still no sign of those girls.
Try hiking back to your tower. You might have a better vantage point from up there.
Just what we will do, but we'll just go in the other direction that we gotta go. That we should go. And also, for the record, Dreamin', I'm doing a no map and no compass playthrough. Because I played this game so many times, I pretty much have the entire backwoods. I know it like the back of my hand. Or at least I know it well enough that I don't need the map. The compass is the one that will trip me up a little bit.
Hey, do you see that?
No? Maybe. See what, exactly?
I can barely make it out, but there's a small wisp of smoke way down to the southwest. You should be able to find a way over there from the meadow by the lake. Towards 5 Mile Creek. It's in the southwest quadrant of your map.
You think it's those girls?
She got me.
I'm pretty sure it's a campfire, so yeah. I'd call that a safe bet.
Man, they really do not give a shit, do they?
Not a one.
Take a shot of this one. Yes, I have taken tolerance breaks before. My last one was... When did I get back from Texas? That was from the 19th to the 24th of last month. But, yeah. That's just me. That's how I am. It's whatever.
You know, if it makes you feel any better, you're a member of a diverse club of lookouts that have come to the thoroughfare after a breakup. There was Vernon, whose wife got put away for running cocaine. Becca, who was widowed after her husband, a jockey, was trampled by his horse. And Sharon, whose boyfriend had his own boyfriend. Maybe you boned the neighbor. Maybe she boned the neighbor. Maybe you both did. I don't judge. And if you ever want to talk breakups, I'm your gal.
It wasn't anyone's fault. You know, neither of us boned the neighbor.
So you just grew apart?
We just couldn't be together anymore.
How does that make you feel?
Not very good.
Sorry.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
All right. I think next time we'll actually open up and be honest about what happened.
Well, I'm back at my shitty boss is gonna get me killed hill.
You ready to give it another shot?
Do I seriously have to?
To get down to 5 Mile Creek? Yeah, afraid so. It's quite a ways downhill from here.
I was in Dallas. I was there for a conference for work. Yeah. I was at a Gaylord Marriott Resort, and it was a lovely time. I saw I'll just say ex-girlfriend while I was there. We had a great time. We went to the Reunion Tower, did some sightseeing, went to Whataburger, had some Tex-Mex. It was great. Story of ropes and... Yeah, we'll listen to this one. It was a great time.
Will.
And this is James again.
We're talking about the rope right now. You should be one nearby.
Yeah, the rope was the very, very...
Yeah, you do, because that's where I stayed, Mockingjay.
First thing I ever did in the entire game. It kind of seeped into being quite an important...
I know, it wasn't... It sadly didn't get much more gay than the few times I opened Grindr and got hit on a few times, but... It was still a nice place.
Part of the world layout. We sort of had this whole Metroidvania items thing, and the rope was very much our first, that's the rockets that let you get through the door in Metroid. It was such an early flag we planted in the ground for ourselves. So, yeah, there were lots of technical things, but weren't there?
All of the rope climbs are different, all the rope slides are different. Minorly different, but different enough. So the rope had to be physically simulated. It couldn't be just a pre-canned animation. In order to get that to work, it took a ton of time, lots of iterations. In the end, I had to basically make Henry's hand a gravity well whenever he's on the rope, and then grab the nearest parts of the rope and reskin them to bones that I was just making out of math around
That's clever,
Henry's
actually.
hand and belt. So his left hand, right hand, and belt are all take over as fake bones, and we reskin the rope every frame to get that to match up perfectly. And if you look real close at the rope, you can see sort of a little bit in front of his hands, the texture on it, the tiling changes and kind of squishes and stretches as you go down, and that's because the rope position doesn't naturally always line up with even spacing when I swap in those fake bones.
Yeah, the rope is one of the best examples if you were to zoom the camera out and look at what's going on, where I'm sort of animating by the seat of my pants and just keeping his hands in the perfect position so that transition between the physics rope and the skinning version of the rope.
The fuck? Thank you for following, Dreamin'. I don't hear that notification very much. I should really take the time to redo my Twitch shit. It's been a long time. But thank you.
It doesn't blend too strangely, and it's probably the set of animations in the game.
By the way, now that I've officially been out about trying to be with guys now, I will say every single time I am swiping on any single app, every single time I see a Kyle, I swipe right. You know why? The flavor cart I'm smoking is Hawaiian Haze.
Has the most versions made. There's probably 10 different versions of climbing down. There used to be things where your hands would swap in front of you, picking the rope from one to the other, and obviously that is unbelievably, ridiculously complicated once we had a physical rope.
Nice thing is you can get on it from anywhere and at any time, and it all works. So it was worth it in the end, but quite a bit of effort.
I imagine they're the American equivalent of L. Brian. I'd say a Kyle is another version of a Chad, basically. But I'd say Kyle wasn't quite as good as in sports as Chad was, but still had all the Chad qualities. Not only have I never had a Muhammad, I've never even heard of one. I don't know. We are going to go to the lake first. That does remind me. I should check out the menu of my side guy. Not my side guy that I see. Side guy that I buy from. The stuff isn't as good as my main guy, but he gets fun stuff like with like disposables with like that are very colorful, called shorties, or fried disposable, and fried is spelled FRYD. It's got like a fire with hands and like smiles. Or Jeter juice, which looks like a kind of thing that you would see a kid eating, but it's a vape, so totally should not be. I don't know. This guy has fun stuff. But at the same time, it's also like, it also feels like I'll just say like 7 times out of 10, whatever I get is like lesser quality. You like fried? Okay. That's really good to know. What flavors did I see of that? We got grape gas, kiwi kushberry, mystery something dip. It's covered. Pink starburst. Oh, fuck yeah. Watermelon gush. I will say, the names that people come up with for like for fucking weed is just, it's some of the most out there shit ever. Like, come on here, I got some, what are you smoking? I got some banana sex rocket right here. Want to check this shit out? Like, but I love it at the same time.
So, tell me about her, if you want.
Well, for starters, she's my wife, not my girlfriend.
Oh.
She's a college professor. She's a PhD in biology, evolution, and stuff.
Ooh, evolution. That's a risque subject in these parts. Man, she sounds sexy.
She sure was.
Where does she teach?
Boulder.
That's a great school. My cousin went there.
Yeah. Anyway, that's her.
Really, that's good to know for that kind of thing. I've noticed a lot of flavors can be very hit and miss. Like right now, I'm sitting on I'm sitting on pina colada, which I really like, and citrus tsunami, which again I really like. I kind of saved a lot of my favorites for last. Cereal milk, which it's the next one I'm gonna start hitting up. It's my, it doesn't taste as good, but like it's aight. Then for my other packages, all the other ones I named plus Larry Bird. Like that's one of the weird ones. Like, the fuck is Larry Bird supposed to? What is Larry Bird supposed to fucking taste like? Like he's a fucking basketball player. Well, there was another one. I was Fruit Loops. I had Fruit Loops as well. That was a really good one. Both the cereal and the pen flavor. Does it take you to finish? So I have a 2 gram disposables that I use. That's mostly for like life. And then I have 1 gram. I have 1 grams as well, carts that I use for more specific situations. And the 1 grams last me about a week, and the 2 grams last me about 2 weeks. I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with that. I wish I could stretch it a little longer, and that's why I still have flour. And by the way, might be risque, but I fucking love the I fucking love the art on this one. Just beautiful. Just like, I've just always wanted to have like random naked women around my area in like subtle ways, because I have kids, and like trashy as it may seem, it's fucking beautiful. Anyway, what the fuck was I just talking about? You were asking me how long does it take me to finish the cart? Yeah, I'm pretty happy with those numbers. Plus, that's why I got the flour. I got some wax that I mess around with every once in a while. Moon rocks to like what I usually try to do is I try to have plenty of carts and dispos to like get me through life, and then I have flour to help make that last longer, and then I have edibles and wax again to experiment with and help again make it last a little longer too. Plus my own experiments, such as what I have read about recycling disposing carts that you use, and I'm going to try making hot chocolate with it. With all the leftover wax in there. I'm going to do that on 4/20 Easter. I cannot wait to see all the fucking Jesus smoking joints, like, memes everywhere. And I'll show the pen. I'll show me actually smoking. I won't do the other stuff. I mean, there's only so much I'm willing to do. So much I'm not willing to do. I mean, anyone can look up anything if they want. But, yeah. I usually prefer sativa for the most part, 90% of the time. Just that head high in the energy. That's what I'm after. I feel like if I really believe the effects that these claim to have, I feel like they really work if you just really let yourself believe it. Such as the chill vibes from cereal milk, or the Red Bull effect of pina colada, which is great because I fucking hate Red Bull, but I love the effect. Or the euphoric of citrus tsunami, or the chatterbox of Hawaiian haze that I am currently smoking and talking quite a lot about and quite a bit about. Is it me just believing a placebo effect? Maybe, who knows? Do I fucking care? No. But I do smoke hybrids every once in a while. And I have an indica like by my bed every night. Like, most of my orders consist of like, hey, every year it's like, hey, I'll have a bunch of sativas and a few hybrids. I'll have a bunch of sativas and a few hybrids. I'll have a bunch of sativas and a few hybrids. Hey, I'll have all the usual stuff plus an indica this time. Just because they just last me that long. I probably repeated that way too many, like, more times than I needed. Even that, I'm not. In terms of the drug world, that's one of the ones I'm probably gonna say no to myself. Oh, no map. We don't need the map. Shoot. Oh man, where are we going? Oh yeah, that's right. We're going back to Jonesy Lake.
Man, you had a full-on PhD at home. Part of me thinks that would
Tell about something funny that happened with the teens. Oh yeah, go on it.
It's sufferable.
I mean, we're dealing with teens in the game right now, so it's fitting.
But then there's another part of me that can't help but indulge the whole hot for teacher thing.
So okay, yeah, go for it.
You know, heavy petting in the book stacks. Furtive glances during lecture. Ooh, office hours role play. But Professor, I can't fail chemistry. Isn't there anything I can do to pass the class? Oh God, I think the second part's winning. Well, I called to ask about her, but now I think I've entertained myself plenty. Thanks. Well, I called to ask about her, but now I think I've entertained myself plenty.
Okay,
Thanks.
repeat yourself twice.
We had a lot of fun.
I bet you did. Did she wear glasses, the whole nine?
No, she had 20/20 vision. I don't know. She's Australian, so.
What's that supposed to mean?
I wore shoes and showered, and when I got drunk, I didn't fight half the town.
And how often was that?
We had a lot of fun.
I'm glad I'm not directly, like, antagonizing her, and I'm glad I'm not, like, directly telling her everything right off the bat. Because I'm having fun with it. I'm having fun with this back and forth a lot. I need to have a save file that's, like, on this day, like, before all this conversation begins.
What happened with the professor? If you guys had so much fun, when did it stop?
This is where I'll be honest.
When she got sick, that's when it stopped.
Oh, my God! I mean, fuck! What happened?
We can talk about it later.
Okay, okay, Henry. What's her name?
Julia.
That's a nice name.
Damn, that. You felt that. You could feel that one. Okay, before I read what Mockingjay says, just duck sounds.
Hello, this is Jane again.
And Chris.
And we are now by the lake. And you might be noticing that there's some really sweet duck sounds by the lake.
Jane bugged me for duck sounds for months. Actually, one of the oldest, we track our tasks on the game with like a task tracker or a bug tracker. So you rank them all by priority. And I think the like lowest or second lowest priority thing on my list for months was duck sounds for Jane. And that just sat there until I think one day I just didn't have a lot to do. And I was like, you know what? I'm doing it. I'm bumping the duck sounds up the chain. I think I just looked on the internet for public domain duck noises.
I think you were actually wondering what kind of ducks there would be too. You were very
I looked it
thorough.
up. I researched it, and I think I was like mainly there. Like I think I fudged it a little bit because I didn't want it to just be like the same two. I wanted there to be a variety, so it didn't get annoying if you hung out there for a while.
It's not just ducks; it's like waterfowl.
Yeah,
of all
so
kinds.
I branched out a bit, but we got them in.
Yay!
Thanks for bugging me about the duck sounds.
Yeah, it won't be a real lake without duck sounds.
I don't know why I love that interaction. As for what I think Delilah looks like, I think she would have like my lengthish hair, where I can like maybe like a tad longer, where you can get like a short little small bun. That's kind of what I would think. But like brown. Sometimes I think she would have freckles. Sometimes I think she wouldn't. Not sure what more I can say. So we're playing Duck Duck Goose, and the loser had to answer a question about trans visibility, like, why do you think visibility is important, and stuff like that. One of the teens is a trans boy that's 12 years old, and he brought along his little sister, 9-year-old, and since we don't have a group for younger kids, she joined on the game. Eventually, it was her turn to answer a question, and she was worried that she didn't understand any of the questions we had asked before. So of course I made up something easy for her to answer on the spot. I asked her to name a trans person she knows and loves very much. We were all 100% expecting her to name her brother, but without missing a beat, she goes Chapel Roan. Is Chapel Roan trans? No, but You're not gonna burst her bubble, because that's just a cute answer. I can imagine how our brother would feel. God, that's good. I'm wondering when Delilah's gonna chime back in. Probably in the next, like, 20 seconds or so. Because I know it's gotta be close to when we rappel down. Thought I intentionally said what? Wow. I take my time with that now. Wow. Because I will not break my equipment anymore. I'm doing good, X. How are you doing tonight? Oops. Oh yeah, Mockingjay. I get to have the fun. I get to have a very fun experience of coming out to my brother. Okay? Because, like, when it comes to like all that stuff, I never really thought much about, like, making a big deal about it. But I've always enjoyed making shit memorable to people. And many years ago, my brother, my name is Dakota, by the way. I know you know that, by the way. Many years ago, he said that he had to admit that he slept with a Dakota. You know, just, you know, like, yeah. But and now I got to have the fun experience of also having a fun night with a Dakota. And so, I'm gonna tell my brother this and just see what the reaction in chaos goes down. So I was like, bro, remember all those years ago when you said that you slept with a Dakota? And he was like, oh yeah, I tried not to, but you know, she really wanted me that badly. I was like, well, we have something else in common now. And he's like, what? You slept with a dude named Dylan, or I probably shouldn't have said the name, but like, whatever. Or the ever elusive female Dylan. And I was like, you're half right. Dude named Dakota. It was really interesting. And he sent me a picture of him in Fortnite, well, like in a car, just like completely like parked. And he was like, I actually had to park my car to text you my shock and awe. Threw him for a double plot twist. And I'm happy with that. I am very happy with that. I live for the exciting moments.
What does she have?
She's got Alzheimer's, like dementia.
Whoa. How old was she?
Is she? She's alive. She's with her family in Melbourne, Australia. She's 43.
Fuck.
Yeah.
What was it like when you guys found out?
Well, we didn't really understand what was happening. You don't get Alzheimer's in your late 30s.
No kidding.
But even then, we didn't really get it until she couldn't work anymore and I couldn't leave her alone. It wasn't until then that I said, oh, this is it. This is over. That was hard. I'm sorry to be such a downer.
Don't even. I'm happy to listen. And, you know, we'll try to have some fun this summer. I promise.
So fucking sad. Do we got more? Oh no, we got the missing persons flyer.
How many hikers go missing in the Shoshone?
More than none, unfortunately, with most of them being in this area. The thoroughfare because it's so remote. Why?
I found an old flyer for a missing hiker. It just got me thinking, that's all. Like how you said one day you were talking to the Goodwins and then the next you weren't.
Ned Goodwin didn't get mauled by a bear or stuck in a ravine. He was just a PTSD'd a-hole who dragged his son out to do a job and realized it was a bad idea.
What, grizzlies won't kill an a-hole? They don't have a taste for unapologetic pricks?
Nope. It's why we haven't lost a ranger in 11 years.
So, you don't think anything bad happened to those guys?
Yeah, I guess it's possible, but we usually find evidence of stuff like that. For instance, if you were to be hunted down and torn to shreds, I'm sure someone would come across a bloody beard and shredded pair of ugly cargo shorts.
I like these shorts.
I'm sure you do, Henry.
I'm sure you do.
Boy, for as dry as it is this summer, there's an area down here that's lush.
Oh, you must be talking about the Aspen Grove down there.
Yeah, I think that's where I am.
Those trees are actually one root organism. Did you know that?
I didn't.
Yeah, they share their water as a colony that can live for hundreds of years, even through fire. Can you believe you're actually getting paid to learn all of these amazing things? Also, by what it looks like on this map, you'll be coming up on a stream that should lead you towards where we saw that smoke.
Hi, this is Ben again, and I'm
Ooh,
here with
this is
Paolo.
beautiful.
Hello.
We're going to talk about stylistic fog and some of the other effects in the game.
For the stylistic fog, we basically use the same approach that we use for the other rendering components and technologies of Firewatch, which was how do we get something that allows Ollie and Jane to really just be directive and paint colors and information like they want into a 3D world. So the only challenge that was there really was how do we translate sort of a 3D scene that has depth into it, into layers of colors, and immediately we came up with this technique of using a one-dimensional texture that is applied. You can imagine that the image it's a sort of a rectangular image goes from left to right. Imagine that left is the color that is closer to the player and right is the color that is in the distance. So in that way, you are basically able to paint color in the depth of the world, and that really gave Jane and Ollie the control they needed to make the Firewatch colors as beautiful as they are.
Yeah, it really matches a lot of Ollie's original like poster and previs work for the game.
Yeah.
And that technique is used a lot in like film. In film, they wouldn't even just use one texture. Sometimes they'll use like hundreds of these strips to layer out an entire scene. But can't do that in a video game because we got to render at a lot of frames per second on bad computers sometimes.
Yeah, and for that, like for the color correction specifically, we used the plugin that was actually available in the Unity Asset Store, and it just worked right off the bat for us. It gave us sort of the real-time tweaking that we needed, and thanks to that, we saved some development time, which was really precious.
Yeah, that was the amplify color if you're really wanting to make your own Firewatch. And in an area like this Aspen Grove, you can see all those effects coming together. You see we have God rays coming from the sun, we have depth of field. If you pick up an object to blur out the world, you can see all the different colors that Ollie's manipulating beyond just like what the sky and light would provide.
Yeah, awesome.
It is well done.
So, how'd you meet?
Met in a bar.
The birthplace of modern romance.
I stumbled over and told her she was pretty, and that was it.
Aw, you were brave.
I was drunk.
I mean, hey, whatever gets you there. to the intro stage at least. I do like this. I do like this little soundtrack here.
Hey, what's to the south of here?
Mexico? Is this some sort of riddle?
I just have a nice view to the south. You know, trees and mountains forever.
Well, eventually you want...
Oh god, I have to look up. No. What? United States map. This game takes place in Wyoming, right? Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. Yeah. Unless they mean New Mexico. And it was taking place in Colorado, but I'm pretty sure we're in Wyoming.
Wander into the area overseen by Chimney Rock Lookout, but that's probably an impossible hike in terms of terrain.
Well, just another beautiful vista, but I've taken enough beautiful vistas. I need to save pictures for other things.
It's a really nice waterfall down here. Given those girls love a skinny dipping, I bet they're nearby.
At least one of these. First.
Hi, this is Ollie again.
And this is Syndra. I worked as a character artist.
This is us.
One of the things about this game, from our point of view, was to try and get the player to kind of inhabit his character Henry, and a big part of that was his character design. We wanted him to be a little different to the regular kind of character you might expect from this kind of game. A little older, a little more portly, and we wanted to make sure that, you know, when you look down, you can see your body and you really like feel as if you are playing this character. And to do that, I designed him from the point of view of like trying to make him feel like an older man in terms of the way he moved, looked. We used a lot of, I guess, reference for this, particularly comedian Louis C.K. was one of them.
Yeah, I had like a mood board that I made that's just essentially just like a collage of.
Is Louis C.K. still considered a good comedian?
Yeah, Louis C.K. and there was also a fair bit of like Wreck-It Ralph and like the Heavy from Team 4.
I've really listened to a few of his things.
Those are like these heavy, sort of slow-moving characters. So actually, when I was modeling, I would actually put like a camera in Henry's head so I could look down at his body, which is like, I think most of the design characters for third-person games and mobile and stuff like that, I was not used to, you know, designing anything from that perspective. The initial model I sent you guys was pretty much just a bunch of primitives mashed together, like really rough, sort of like, you know, early Dreamcast 3D kind of looking stuff, just to get like a feel for the, you know, just proportions and to give James something to rig, so you could just get something moving and kind of get a preview of the motions, because, you know, you don't need like a fully formed, highly detailed 3D model, just do animation. So actually nailing that stuff on early on was really important, I think.
One of the biggest focuses was the hands, because those are the things that the player sees the most, and they're the most sort of expressive Henry. So we wanted to make sure that the shapes were really simple and bold and evocative in order to allow James, our animator, kind of give him the best material to work with and portray the character through those motions.
Yeah, they're practically the main character.
There's some cloth out here. It looks like it was torn from something.
Strange.
I'll keep looking around.
That's not anything bad, right? Nah. Oh yeah. You bring down the music just a tad.
I see a campsite, and it looks like they've got a fire.
Is it them?
It seems like it. I swear, they must have dragged 4 cases of beer out here.
Track them down, and don't let them see you.
What a job this is.
Another fire disaster stopped.
These girls have a full case of beer left here. A full case.
Well, they're impressive little shits, I guess.
That is some dedication. Ah, found my sheets.
So they did break into your tower.
Looks like I have entered the teen zone.
Oh, really? And where's that?
It's the name of a magazine for girls. It's on the ground here at their camp. Huh, pants are back.
I'm sorry, pants are back?
Well, according to the experts at Teen Zone magazine. It's unclear where they've been. The pants, I mean?
Unclear where they've been.
Well, I found some dangerous hunks.
What on earth are you...
It's another one of those magazines. I don't get why the hunks have to be so dangerous.
Well, you're clearly not a young woman.
Girls should want nice hunks.
Ah, boring. Oh yeah, what's this one? What is this one? Oh yeah.
Hey, it's Sean.
And Chris. Hey, Sean.
So we are at the teens camp that has been destroyed, ransacked, rummaged, torn apart.
Yeah.
And I know you had some confusion over this, Chris.
I did. I didn't realize I had confusion. So I was the person who did all the gameplay, wiring, logic, hookup stuff for this scene. And the entire time I was doing it, I, for some reason, was under the mistaken impression that it was a bear that destroyed this camp. I, for some reason, had convinced myself that, oh, Goodwin was sort of involved in framing Henry for teen stuff, but also, just separately and coincidentally, a bear just like blasted through here and tore up the tent. And I think I didn't...
I like the idea that just coincidentally a bear just destroyed their tent. Because there is a subplot going on in the background where it could have been like another person entirely. But you know what? Sometimes life just happens in weird ways. It's like one of my favorite songs. From like Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, end of the movie. Some things might happen that seem connected, but there's not always a reason or rhyme. A bunch of things are happening in the woods. Doesn't mean that your tent was destroyed by anybody. A bear came through. Because bears exist.
Realize until the game was almost done that that was not the case.
And I think that's one of the challenges of making a game like this, and where we're telling a story that doesn't explicitly call out why everything is happening. I think, me personally...
On a side random note, if I want to talk about like Star Wars and just a similar note on that, because like there's always like this, they always talk about like the prophet of like the chosen one and Anakin Skywalker being the chosen one and how he'll bring that balance to the Force, and it's always been debated what the fuck it does it mean to bring balance to the Force. It's always like a back and forth battle. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? And you know what I think? I think it's just easier to say, you know what, prophecies are dumb because who can predict the future? You know, the Force can do a bunch of shit, but can it really predict that much? But can it really do that much? Can it really predict that big of shit? Maybe it can. I don't know. I think it's better just to say whatever fucking Jedi was predicting someone to balance a chosen one to balance out the Force. Let's just say that he was on mushrooms. Because you know what? There is a probability that could happen.
And I think you agree with me, Chris, because we talk about movies and stories a lot.
Space mushrooms.
I really find it obnoxious when a story goes out of its way to explain everything and handhold you through the plot of the story. Ultimately, you, the player, may have thought it doesn't really matter to you whether it was a Goodwin or a bear, because it's doing all the things on an emotional level that it needs to do as a scene, which is stress you out, realize there's danger, and create the fact that the teens feel like it was you. Like, you just know it's not you, so that's
Right.
what works here.
Or
as
you may have correctly intuited what happened, and that's also good.
Yeah, Goodwin sets out to cause you distress and frame you for acts of violence such as this,
by inflaming the already existing tension between you and these teens.
Exactly right. Because he just wants you out of here. You entered that cave on your first day, and he knows what's in the bottom of it, and sort of
doesn't want you to.
Yeah, trips a trigger for him. But yeah,
all right.
Their tent looks like it's been through the shredder, which would explain that scrap I found.
What could have done that? Like a bear or I don't know. It sounds crazy, but even a bull elk if it's off its rocker.
Whatever did it, did not hold back.
You've got that camera, right? It might be a good idea to get a few snaps, just in case.
Yeah, good thinking.
Just do the one.
You know, maybe I should take one of their sleeping bags as payback.
At this stage, take whatever you want.
Some of their clothes are all torn up.
That's not good.
Looks like someone left a note.
Intriguing. Maybe you should read it.
Okay, yeah.
Let me know what it says.
Dear Psycho, I hope you're fucking happy. I'll try to read this in the teen voice. Dear Psycho, I hope you're fucking happy. We're leaving and we're going to find the police or whatever and tell them about how you creeped on us in the lake, and then came out and destroyed our campsite and all our stuff. Oh, and stealing panties is gross out. You're probably a mental fucking axe murderer and are so going to jail. I hope it was worth being a jerk over some fireworks. Dick!
Oh, they're gone, for sure.
Well, what's it say?
We'll just be honest about it.
They called the police because they think I attacked them.
Oh my god, well, did you?
No, well, hey, I didn't do this. Okay, someone or something went to town here, but it wasn't me.
Because I told you to scare them, not assault them.
I didn't. Of course I didn't. I just threw their stereo in the lake.
Yeah, I really wish you wouldn't have done that.
This is, I don't know, weird as hell, but it wasn't me.
It's okay. I believe you. Weird stuff happens in the woods. It could be other campers. They could be having a bad mushroom trip. We really don't know, but they're gone. There's no way to call the cops. They're not coming back, and we can get to work. I'd really like to start enjoying a quiet summer.
Yeah, me too.
Day 3. Let's take a couple pictures in here.
Hey, Henry?
Yeah.
What do you look like?
Why are you asking?
Because
Sure,
I'm
Reynolds.
horribly superficial.
And,
This isn't that hard. Unless you just don't want to answer. In which case...
Do you know Raleigh Fingers? He pitched for the A's.
No.
Well, I'm the spitting image of him.
Oh, wait, is he the guy with the snidely whiplash thing going on from the 70s? Ooh, my dad loved him.
Yeah, that's him.
That mustache. Now you have my attention.
Okay.
Okay, well, that gives me
Delilah
a good
is
start. Now let's
probably
see.
very thirsty living out
By
here.
scope, I can only tell you're a white guy wearing shorts.
It's hot. And maybe, by the way, I'm not white. It's not very, PC or whatever they say.
Oh my god, you are the whitest man.
Also, this game takes place in 1989. I don't think anyone was using the shorthand PC back then.
I don't need a spotting scope for that. And if not shorts, then what do you normally like to wear?
We'll go with, yeah.
I don't know. I like to look nice, usually. Well, I try now, I guess.
Had a bit of a schlubby period, did we?
Neither was I.
Good 25,
I wasn't born back then.
Yeah.
But now you'll put on a shirt?
Yeah, well, I have one that I got for Christmas, actually.
Yeah, what are you, like... I'm 91. Aren't you, like, 98? Or something like that? 99?
Just, it's navy with white buttons, but I like it. I don't wear it that much, though.
Well, it sounds just perfect. Now tell me about your face. I'm looking at you across the bar. What do I see?
Huh?
I know it's not easy.
Pretty thick beard.
Oh, have you always had a beard?
For a while, yeah.
All right, perfect. I want to know about your eyes.
Get out of here.
I'm drawing you. I need to know.
Your what?
Is that okay? Don't answer. I'm gonna do it regardless.
Fine.
Your eyes, tell me.
Tired.
They look tired, I think.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you know, you hit a certain age and you think you're a younger person who just looks tired all the time.
Speak for yourself, mister.
Definitely felt that.
I guess that's getting old.
Well, some people might see distinguished. Okay, got it. Thank you, Henry.
You get what you need?
Absolutely.
You were 90. Okay, 98, yeah. Young and fresh. Felt old the entire day with kids. Which I could get, that would make a lot of sense right there. Yeah. Whatever. I'll let you do what you want to be, mocking babe. Which, by the way, that photo, that fucking beautiful. Your nudes are definitely top notch.
Hi, this is Jane again.
And Chris.
And we are right by the outhouse. And this is also where we decided to put the generator that Henry has to use for power.
To make it as annoying as possible for him when he's using the facilities.
So normally I think the generator's not usually by the outhouse. Usually he's actually under the tower where...
That is so fascinating to me, but you know, like, like, what was it when I asked that question? What was your initial answer? It was like, yeah, sure, why not? Like, initially I saw that and was like, oh shoot, is that like half sarcasm? And then like you followed up with something that does seem like half legit, but also sounds like half like sarcasm as well. But I know that's like not. I know I had to like stop and remind myself like, no, that definitely sounds like you, and that would make sense.
Would be, more convenient. But we decided to put it there because it's usually more interesting for gameplay
if you had an OnlyFans, I would definitely subscribe.
Objects of interest together, so it's not just super spread out.
It ended up being a real challenge for audio because...
Is that creepy or a compliment? I mean it as a compliment.
Most of the time, when you're in the tower, you don't want to hear the generator because it would just get annoying and repetitive. But there were certain times, like when you first arrive at the tower and you flip the power switch on and the generator goes on, you want the player to hear the generator, so it needs to be much louder, but then you don't want them to like walk down the stairs and the generator's incredibly loud. So I had to do all this weird cheating, basically, to cheat the level of the generator audio volume, depending on what the game needs it to be. Also, funny story about the generator. So you found this like classic generator model.
I think it's called a Genero.
Generis, I think.
Yeah, it's something like that. Basically, I based it off of this real generator, but to not infringe on anyone's brand name, I just changed it a little bit, and I was like, ha ha ha, funny. I would just call it generic.
And then we actually heard from someone we know who works for the real generator company. He was telling us that when he saw that in the game, it cracked him up because at that actual company, when they're like frustrated at their own product, if something is like not doing its job, they actually call it generic generator. Jane managed to
We nailed it.
like completely nail the insider terminology for this classic generator.
I've actually talked a lot about who in the class would be willing to open an OnlyFans with nudes and half of us. Yeah, yes, awesome. Half of you are in, the other half are moms, which fair enough. Yeah, I've been getting more bold on my FetLife account. I do consider that as a parent. But also I like living more honestly. It makes me feel less like dying when I can be honest about myself.
It's Ollie again.
Oh, it's Jake.
I realized sort of halfway through development that
Yeah, I remember you said that, and I'm not gonna lie. Tried finding you. Can't, but too many accounts in Mexico City. Curiosity exists.
the player has a kind of quite a sort of nebulous idea of what Henry looks like, and that would be a fun thing to play with by getting the player to describe themselves to Delilah.
But a very handy
and
website.
Having those answers feed into a drawing that you would then find in Delilah's Tower at the end of the game.
I think actually even one step back behind that, you had done a sketch really, really early on of the inside of Delilah's Tower that just had a drawing of Henry's face and said Henry and pointed at his tower, and I think that was the inspiration.
Yeah,
maybe Delilah had just like
Fun
I thought that
interaction.
moment already was really cool. That you'd get to Delilah's Tower and see that she'd drawn what she thinks you look like and an arrow pointing at your lookout tower. But in that sketch, it was Henry's face, and we're like, how would? I think you said, this doesn't make any sense because she would not draw an on-model perfect Henry.
Right.
And then Sean took the Delilah draws Henry idea and ran with it and made it the conversation for day 3. Because I think day 3's initial design was, you nail up some boards. Nels and I had to actually build the end result from all the sketches you did of the different faces, shirts, and mustaches.
Originally I was just going to draw individual drawings for each person.
It ended up being well over 1,000, maybe thousands and thousands of variants.
I basically just looked up your real name and just naturally didn't get anywhere. Don't know how bold you are. Of an Infinity Train. Why, I've heard that. What is it? What is that? I've heard that before. What is Infinity Train? Okay. It's a TV series. Interesting. I mean, right off the bat, it does look like something you'd be into. Art style alone. Ooh, neat.
That would have had to be drawn.
We need to come up with a smart
Yeah,
solution.
we had to do something smarter, so we broke it all down into pieces. And that piece of paper that you find in Delilah's Tower is actually, I think, being like put together from pieces in real time for each player. Like there's no texture that has any one of those things.
And it allowed us to do a somewhat sort of shonky Delilah drawing, which I think is quite funny and unexpected, given that.
I love that
like
Delilah is bad at drawing. It's a game. It's a game full of everyone who can draw because you drew all of it. So it's good that Delilah just draws just
draws bad drawing.
We'll get one picture of Delilah's tower. I'm wasting a lot of pictures. Oh, yeah. Entry. Is Penny Lamb? Ooh. Penny Lamb sounds like is a cute name. Alright, May 3rd. My birthday. I think today is going to be normal, although Delilah is having a hell of a time getting the communications wire fixed. Those girls did a real bang-up job fucking us over. A few days before I left, I got a call from Jules' dad. Realized I hadn't really talked to him over the past few years, as much as I thought. I think I was so worried about getting Madeline on the phone whenever I would whenever I recall that I just stopped calling altogether. I guess that's the sort of thing that writing all this stuff down is supposed to make me realize. By the way, in the background, if you choose different dialogue options, you learn that Henry is uncomfortable seeing a therapist, so he was suggested by his sister-in-law to write out his thoughts like this. Anyway, Mick just wanted to see how I was doing and wanted to have me out, and I appreciated it because he's got that ain't no worries bloke attitude, but it doesn't feel right. I bet Madeline's just been hard on him, goddammit. Here's something else I realized. Jules liked my parents. She liked them both. But that didn't stop her from laying into me with you're acting like your father, and I realized now that I love the parts of her she got from Mick, and the parts of her she got from Madeline scared the living shit out of me. Except for the whole looks department. No denying she looked out there. My voice is tired after that one.
Hey, this is Will.
And this is James.
We actually spent a lot of time trying to get the physicality of Firewatch nailed down, and one of the big parts of that was getting objects in your hand, like feeling like you could pick things up and touch them. Turned out to be quite a bit of work, though, nothing that was like reinventing the wheel. It was just a matter of getting, very specific offsets and very specific grips for every single item in the game, nearly.
We had tons of concepts, and we were looking at all sorts of games, like Far Cry 2 and things for like, where's the best example of grabbing something in the world and it isn't just floating in front of you in sort of Half-Life 2 style. We ended up just basically popping it into your hand over one frame, but making sure that happens at the exact moment that your hand's swiping over it, and it's worked surprisingly well. There were sorts of strange things as well, though, like these giant hands, and then like you'd put a beer can in his hand and suddenly be like, oh right, yeah, it looks like a little miniature minibar, airplane kind of Coke. And so there are all kinds of strange little things that cropped up, but actually having the objects in your hand and you could turn them around from any angle, it ended up making it worth doing all these super detailed props. Like Ollie would make fireworks and do just really funny, cool designs that you could only actually see if you turned them around and looked at them really closely, and I think it paid off basically.
And those are just like a couple of poses that we blend between. Those aren't even very complicated, the lookovers, right?
Yeah, not at all really. There's basically one for books and there's one for everything else, and it's just pretty much 2 points, like fully to the left and fully to the right, with just like a sort of intelligent blend between those two things. So there were so many items in the game we couldn't have authored individual examples for them all. But even that ended up being incredibly hard to tune to get just right. Again, lots of iteration.
Hopefully that comes out fine. I want to read this one. The Singular Mind by Dr. Jonas Ellard. Don't mind your mind alone. Have you considered the untapped power of your own mind? Do you often ponder the unexplainable? Do you find yourself seeing that which is not there? Do you yearn to explore the labyrinth of your own psyche? Dr. Jonas Ellard, PhD renowned psychologist and Rhodes Chair of Psychology at Loyola Marymount, as he explores the power of the solitary mind. This excessive but accessible treatise on the power of something isolated psyche unclogs the avenues of our day-to-day thoughts, helping us unlock the psychological potential buried deep within ourselves. That said a lot of fucking nothing. Seattle Enterprise. Readers will be enraptured by the powerful exploration of Dr. Ellard's hypervigilant methods of neuroisolation. The quintessential roadmap of mental enlightenment. Dr. Ellard is a wizard. Okay, this is actually... how I feel about this book. Yeah, no thank you. Poppycock. Birds of Wyoming. See, this is literature that we could enjoy. George Sinclair. George Sinclair, the godfather of amateur... what the fuck? Ornithology? Brings you the stunningly curated guide to the birds of Wyoming. For over 40 years, Sinclair has traversed the continent, state by state, yada yada yada. We get the picture. I am really thirsty after that. It always spoke to me how the main part of the hole was the last one that he plugged, like covered up.
So, what should I do now? What's next?
What's next? What do you think is next?
Well, you've been the one giving me tasks for 2 days straight.
What's next is you sit in that room until September 1st and call me at the first sign of smoke.
Oh, yeah.
Why don't you let me know when you're mentally prepared for that task, and I'll give it to you.
I could wander about and do whatever I want, but nah.
Okay, I think I am ready to tackle my long-term commitment of keeping this national forest.
You would find bird watching relaxing as fuck, which I could also see that, but I'll see your next part as well. 5 minutes.
Safe from total destruction.
I am glad to hear you've really thought this through.
Of course.
We've issued you a comfy chair to sit in and everything.
You know, it's not really that
That is
comfy.
not... yeah, that's not comfy.
And there's no padding. I think I actually got a splinter in my thigh this morning.
Aww. Well, regardless, take a seat. The forest depends on you. Hello, Henry. Having a nice afternoon?
I might never leave.
Well, I called with some bad news. 2 young women, Chelsea Stevens and Lily McLean, were reported missing. They've got parents out in California who haven't heard from them in a week. They were supposed to meet an aunt down in Cody. If they're the girls from last week, then you're probably the last person to have seen them.
You should tell whoever that I'm happy to be questioned. I caused them some trouble, but nothing major. I never even got very close to them.
Well,
One stereo, that's it.
look, it's not gonna be an issue. I mean, if they turn up dead, then maybe. Should I just not say anything and save us the trouble?
I think it's worth mentioning something.
Yeah. I'll keep it vague. I really don't want to talk to the cops.
Me neither.
All right, Henry, thanks. Enjoy the sunset.
Never a good sign. Yeah.
Henry.
Oh, this
Henry, wake
night. Forgot about this.
Get out of bed and pick up the radio.
I'll just redo this one twice.
What do you want?
Hey, you big dumb idiot.
Babe, it's late.
I know it is. You sound tired.
I am.
Are you having a nice time?
Sure. Are you? Everything good there? Jules?
What? Oh, sorry, Henry. Yeah, I'm good.
That's good.
Well, I'll let you get back to sleep then.
Okay, Jules.
Delilah seems nice.
Sure.
Bye, baby.
And restart.
Bed and pick up the radio.
Hi, Larissa.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Well, I think you probably know this, but in the original script, your character was not Australian. She was from Chicago. And then you were cast, and I changed the entire script.
Hooray
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah.
I didn't actually know that she was from Chicago, but I did know that she was originally American. But then when we discussed it, you know, you had that thought of, well, why couldn't she be from anywhere as, you know, the world becomes more multicultural? And therefore, since I am Australian natively anyway, to just, you know, capitalize on that.
It was like a beautiful discovery. It was so serendipitous because it would have been really easy, I feel like, even though you and Sissy sound so different, like you have different tones of voice. I think it would have been easy had you had an American accent for people to a little bit be confused. It's a really startling scene, this scene that we're in here, where the radio chirps and it's his wife and not his boss.
Her, yeah.
Yeah, and we
I've
wanted
actually, I was going to say, I've watched a bit of gameplay with people in that moment playing the game and their commentary on it, and it's always really fun to have that. What?
Yeah.
Who is that? Who is that? Is that? You know, it's kind of.
I had that moment. It took me like a good 6 lines in to realize, like, oh wait, no, this isn't Delilah. And then I read the subtitles. And then I realized the subtitles.
Like having that moment of going so unfamiliar to kind of jut in with this different sound when everyone's expecting it to be Sissy. So.
Yeah, and I really don't believe he would have gotten that with such a potent like pop had we had it not been the accent. And to the point where I think had you had an American accent, I would have asked you to do one. Had I had that, I wouldn't have had the idea had I not been presented with you as an actor.
To do that.
Yeah, it never even occurred to me for that to be the case until it was like, well, she's the best woman for the job, and oh, she also happens to be Australian. Oh wait, why isn't Julia Australian? Wait, that's so much better across the board. Why wasn't she Australian to begin with? I am bad at my job.
What do you want?
Hey, you big dumb idiot.
Hi, Jules.
Oh, you sound tired.
I am.
Are you having a nice time?
Yeah, it's good here. It's beautiful, you know?
That's great, Henry. Really great. Well, I'll let you get back to sleep then.
Okay, Jules.
Delilah seems nice.
Sure.
Bye, baby.
Sad.
Is it too much of a pain in the ass to bring supplies all the way up to our towers?
Well, I get my stuff hand-delivered.
Oh, how's that work?
It's the perks of a decade of service. You're out hiking in 90-degree heat, and I get to do crosswords.
Isn't life miserable up there?
Anyway, when you find a supply drop, remember it's not just for you, okay? Other lookouts, biologists, a few people get their food there, and I don't want to have to call in on for more. There should be loads of good stuff though. Beans, prunes, jerky.
We're not going to listen to this one. Summary on day 2, when Delilah starts prying in on your life, you can go with all the decisions that lead you to not talking about Julia at all. And the only hint that she will, if you go that route, the only hint that she will ever have that Julia existed is from that night where you're dream talking to her on the radio and you say Jules. And that's her one clue, which makes Henry seems paranoid as fuck when this night would come by. She would bring that up. And that's just again, fun nice little dialogue choice I like.
You know, my sister eats 6 prunes a day. 6. She's like...
But also, if we choose that route, we can basically get Delilah to open up about her life today, even though we're not opening up about our life right now.
Really precise about it. She'd be great at this job if she didn't need wheelbarrows full of marijuana to function.
Like no matter what, we basically have to learn about Delilah's life. Which I like.
Like 2 weeks ago, you called me in the middle of the night. You were sleeping, I guess, and all I heard was the name Jules through the mumbles. I just thought it was so sweet. I wanted to wake you up, but then I thought maybe you were having a nice conversation, and I'd just be spoiling it. I hope you're doing okay, you know, when it comes to her.
I shouldn't be out here.
Yes, you should.
No, I just ran away from my problems.
No, you didn't. We all fuck up. Look, so a couple of months before I took this job, I was with this guy, Javier. He's incredible, caring, sexy as hell. He was a driller down in Casper. We dated for almost 5 years. I was working with the Wyoming Outdoor Leadership School, and I was obsessed with it. I wanted to be an instructor so badly. And I was sure I was going to marry Javier as soon as I could be bothered. Wallace was also a good excuse to get out of town, drink whiskey in the mountains, cut loose. Then, Javier's brother got killed working in Gillette, and for some reason, I didn't come home. Javier said it was fine. He'd go to the funeral, take care of his mom, stuff like that. It'd be easier solo. When he came back, he left me. I came out here, I lied, and told my sister he fucked our neighbor. So, I lied to you. I came out here with a broken heart just like you. I figured you've told me so much about you, so, you know, there's something about me. We both fucked up.
The reversal becomes, it's okay that you don't want to talk about yourself, you know, but I thought, you know, I would share something about my life to you. You know, like she would do it as a way of opening up to you in hopes that you'll open up to her. In the reverse.
From my point of view, it makes it so much more heartbreaking that he leaves her so far away. And I think, because I married an American and I had like a long distance relationship for maybe like 4 months before I came over, and that, you know, it's really stinking far away, you know? So to have
really
that
far.
separation, if it's Chicago, you kind of go, well, get on the plane for a couple of hours and then you can go and visit her. But a 14-hour journey and the emotional heartstring pull, like all of that, you can understand why he's so torn about what to do. And also for him to move to a completely different country and then have to deal with, you know, a sick wife and living in a space that he's unaware of, you know. So even though, of course, living in the forest is about as unfamiliar as you can get as well, but, you know, worst of two evils.
Yeah. It's like 14 hours
That's
to the trailhead from Australia and then another 14 hours from the trailhead to the lookout tower. So it's like more than a day's journey away from this person.
That's right. And then the only contact you have by phone And, you know, and I think we discussed this in recording where, you know, when you have a phone conversation with someone, it's great now with Skype and FaceTime and everything because you can actually see their reaction, but there's so many little nuances to a conversation that you just have no idea. Is it because they're half asleep? Is it because they don't give a shit? Is it because... Oh, I'm sorry, can I swear?
Oh, you
Is
can
it-
totally
it's-
swear. There's so many
Okay, cool.
fucks and shits
Great.
in this game, it's not even, you can't stand it.
Fucking shit. Yeah, it's, you know, or is it because he doesn't give a shit about her anymore and she doesn't know and she's confused anyway? And yeah, so that kind of complexity for me made that little scene so much more beautiful and tearing at the heartstrings kind of thing.
I love that. What it's like to marry an American, you know? I think it would definitely depend on like current nationality, how the marriage is going down, whether or not you're like living in the States or living somewhere else. Yeah, curious. We're also gonna go through the. I'm also gonna force you to listen to the cringy bit of dialogue while I go get some water for myself.
Hey, I'm out at a ravine. What's this thing that spans across it?
That is how you get to my sector.
No kidding. Well, let me hike over.
Well, it's locked up and mainly for emergencies. I've never actually used it. Rangers use it from time to time, but that's it.
Help! Oh, God, it's an emergency!
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got eyes on a tornado. I gotta get out of here.
A tornado in the heart of the Rockies?
Yes!
Holy moly, I need to call this in. Tom, Two Forks sees a tornado. He says he needs an evac into my sector. It's a meteorological impossibility. There haven't been tornadoes in the greater Yellowstone region in 100 million years. You're gonna need him to stay and take a detailed personal account, even if it means giving his life. Okay, I'll tell him. Sorry, Hank. No dice.
Man.
I do too, in the same way that I still will play this every time I will still go through this every time I play it. Just this one time I decided to skip and get some snacks. Because that's the fun part of being a stoner now. It's one of the things that perplexes me, by the way. You know, I've lost 90 pounds in the last year from depression and like not feeling like eating. But at the same time, there are random nights where I'm just like, I need all the fucking things that are just gonna make me gain billions of pounds. But, you know, somehow I'm making it work. Somehow here I am still. Man, I'm not complaining. I mean, I love nights where I can have some mini alphabet cookies, mini apple pies, and fucking oatmeal cream pies, baby. Fucking oatmeal cream pie. And that's not what I'm actually fucking, but like it's delicious. Cream pies are the best. Please take that out of context. And in context, actually.
Found the supplies.
Oh, good. Enjoy.
Alright. My first time I did this, I didn't pay attention to what was going on because, you know, life, my brain doesn't work sometimes. And I just took all 3 of these without even really paying attention to what I was doing. Not realizing I'm taking the food from other people. So I'm just taking my own. I'm gonna be a good Boy Scout.
All right, I got everything I need out of here. Time to chow down.
Just yours, right?
Who do you think I am? And if you do take someone of the other people's foods, like a few days, you get an extra day a few days later where Delilah calls you out. And I love this night.
Front row seat for what might be the biggest fire of the year.
Yeah, it's really going.
I'm gonna call it in. They'll send in a hotshot crew for some suppression, but I bet we'll be stuck with her for the rest of the summer. And she doesn't have a name yet.
You know what? Yeah, there's a lot of places that will just. I mean, there's a reason why all passwords should be a certain length. There's a reason why you should have a more complex code anywhere, because the obvious solutions are the obvious solutions for a reason.
I usually think of something funny or something practical or a little risque when coming up with them. But why don't you do the honors?
I'll let you pick. We got the big fire, the flapjack fire, the Delilah.
Ideas, huh?
Big fire, flapjack fire, Delilah.
There's gotta be something creative in that brain of yours.
You know, alphabet cookies are just basically like butter, sugar, and flour, but it's good. Simple good. Alright, patience has ended.
I guess you're in one of your quiet moods.
Quiet moods.
How about the elk fire?
Wait,
I saw
hey,
her
hey,
crashing through the timber
hey.
there a couple of hours ago.
Well, we should just call it the big fire if we think it's going to be.
The big fire.
Yeah.
Actually, no, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm actually going to restart it.
Got a front row seat for what might be the biggest fire of the year.
Have to redo the,
It's really going.
I'm gonna call it in. They'll send in a hotshot crew for some suppression, but I bet we'll be stuck with her for the rest of the summer. And she doesn't have a name yet. I usually think of something funny or something practical or a little risque when coming up with them. But why don't you do the honors?
Maybe we call it the flapjack fire. Can you sell that as a name?
You really like that, huh?
Yeah, I said I did. It's funny.
Fair enough. Flapjack fire it is. They'll probably ask me if it was a camp cooking accident or something. So there's this creek down the hill, and, you know what my favorite thing to do is?
What's that?
I love to take a bottle of whatever I have on hand, plunge it deep into the water, and let it chill in there all day. And then, on nights like tonight, when it is so disgustingly hot, I have something nice and cool to drink. I learned that from my sister in Santa Fe. She'd do that with a bottle of tequila near her house and make margaritas the size of your head. You'd like it there.
Play it like a love story, a friend story.
If I was there with you, I'm sure I would like it a lot.
Are you looking at the fire?
No, I'm looking at you.
Well, let me know when you are.
Love that. That is like objectively the best way to play the scene out.
In this scene, Henry and Delilah get sort of the closest they get in the game in terms terms of their intimacy. Sissy, I think you've been drinking.
What?
That's pretty obvious. Rich / Henry, you're you, delightfully awkward in all of your painful ways. And something, I don't know if I told you guys this, but I had this notion that this was going to get really hot and heavy. Right now, the scene sort of ends very, in a suggestive manner, and I was going to write it to be much more explicit and to go into a place of just, raw, I guess you would call it nakedness, even though, it's audio, but just very, private and sexual, but I didn't because I was afraid.
I love that you didn't.
Yeah.
I'm glad of that too.
Number one, because awkward walkie-talkie sex is just awkward, but number two, because if the player isn't playing it as a flirty relationship, then it doesn't have to go there. And then this way kind of leaves it up to people's imaginations, which I think is more poignant than spelling it out.
I think also we became so close as a trio over this that having to sit in on that after having to write it was going to be a bridge too far for me. Yeah, I just wanted to say you guys did such a amazing job with the very limited stuff I put on the page in the scene. This is probably my favorite scene in the game.
You set the mood, you lit the candle, you know.
I'll just leave this here. Just light
Put
this
the needle
candle
on the record.
Yeah, a little moody blues and walk out.
Poured the bourbon.
Yeah.
No, it was easy to feel all of that. Rich, I feel like I'm yapping the whole thing about, yapping on about it. How did you feel about it?
Yeah, so good.
You realize any of this was flirty? Looking at the fire, listening to Delilah talk. Doesn't get more romantic than this shit. This night is awesome. But aromantic.
When Delilah asks you, hey, are you looking at the fire? Most players are just either looking at it or about to pull the trigger and say, or hit shift and scroll to, yeah, I'm looking at it. And she goes, great, starts talking about the fire. But because we are game developers and we know what you're looking at, if you are just staring at Delilah's tower when she says, hey, are you looking at the fire? Henry, without your input, will go, no, I'm looking at you. And Delilah's response to that, the way Sissy Jones played it, is so perfect. It's surprised and almost you can feel the one little butterfly in her belly. And I'm just so tickled with it as a moment in the game. I think Jane or someone came up with it and was like, yep, we're doing that. And it was in the game very, very shortly thereafter. So next time you play 64, or if you haven't gotten to that point right now, do that and you will be hopefully as tickled as I was.
Never would have found that if I didn't do this commentary. And it was such a great moment. I loved it. As a romantic, I fucking thought that was beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Okay, I'm looking at it again.
I love how they look at night. During the day, it's just smoke, but when the sun is down, you can just get lost.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here.
Me too.
Good. I don't talk to the other lookouts as much as I talk to you. Not in the same way. I know it's probably been a while since you've connected with someone the way we have. I don't mean to get all heavy, but it's been really nice. I wish I was over there.
I wish you were too.
We could sit outside. We could talk without these radios. We could, you know.
What could we do?
Well, let me tell you.
Because awkward walkie-talkie sex is just awkward.
Without a license?
It's one fish, and I'm sick of all the stuff I got to eat.
No, I won't tell anyone you're a poacher. That reminds
Literally
me,
dropping
I
it.
keep hearing reports from
'Cause we-
Fishing Game about a problem there they're trying to keep.
We never use this fishing pole. It exists for this one moment, and it's pointless after. I will leave it here forever.
Can you search around the lake for fresh tracks and just let me know what you find? There was a crew burning fire lines out to the east, and, you know, I think sometimes it riles up the wildlife.
Oh yeah, the bear thing. Problem bear, fuck that.
Huh. Problem bear, fuck that. I am of the opinion that they are all problems.
Come on, please.
Yeah, well, I've seen what they can do to a tree, and trees aren't even food.
Thank you, Henry.
Yeah.
I mean... Bears are cute. They are cute deadly. Also a glitch where this whiskey and the fireworks come back for no reason on this random day. Alrighty, up ahead. We got our fun clipboard. We will we will listen to that after the moment happens.
Someone left their clipboard out here.
Huh. It could have been one of the Fish and Game folks. See if there's a name or a credential or something. I can call it in.
They are the... Can I pet that? Oh, yes, that is great. Yeah, perfect.
What? It's... Holy shit.
What's going on? You didn't actually find a bear, did you?
Someone has written down what we said to each other, have been saying.
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't talk to the other lookouts as much as I talk to you, not in the same way.
No way.
Mystery.
Wait, hold on. Something's out here.
Henry? I'm worried. You didn't find and eat any mushrooms, did you? I mean, they can be fun, but also, you know, devastating. Regardless, just let me know, okay, Buckaroo? Oh god, I don't know why I just called you that.
I'll never forget the moment, like, she says Buckaroo, like, just a random thing, like, Katie also. I remember pointing that out when I first heard it, and I remember Katie pointed it out when she first played it too. It is just a random word, just Buckaroo. Front row seat, biggest fire of the year. D, feelings for 2H. Maybe just drunk. Nexus 3 times weekly between the two. Fourth of July. Happy 4th of July. Fireworks, haha, all night. Would you... D. Day 70. Would you kill Paul McCartney to bring back Jimi Hendrix? Henry. Absolutely. Me too. What's your favorite music? Inaudible. Relocate? Would you kill Paul McCartney to bring back Jimi Hendrix? You know, I do like Paul McCartney, but I do like Jimi Hendrix more. Not enough to kill Paul McCartney.
I found a walkie-talkie out here, too.
Okay.
It's going shithouse.
Well, get it if you haven't already, and then we'll figure out whose it is.
Will do.
Henry?
Scary.
What happened, Henry?
I got hit in the head. Punched or something by someone.
Are you serious? What the hell is going on out there?
I don't know. Jesus Christ.
Let me get this straight. You found a clipboard with, what, transcripts of our conversations? What else is on it?
I don't know. It's gone, along with the radio of theirs. Somebody out here could have just killed me, Delilah.
What the fuck is going on?
What's Wapiti Station? saw the name Wapiti Station right before I was cold cocked. Does Wapiti Station mean anything to you?
Wapiti Meadow. Maybe it's Wapiti Meadow. It's on our maps. It's not too far from where you are right now. It's where you saw that damn fence. It's north of the lake. It looks like there should be a trail somewhere on the north shore of Jonesy Lake.
I'll start hiking that way now. God damn it, my head.
Are you sure you saw what you saw, Henry? Maybe you pissed off some more campers and they came back to sucker punch you.
I have indeed played this many times, Woozy. Going for the secret ending, playing with no compass and map.
This just seems like a misunderstanding or something.
Why would I make this up? It's an insane lie at worst, and a shitty prank at best.
Which is very true.
You've been feeling okay?
I feel fine.
Okay, I'm sorry. I believe you, but that conversation was from 2 weeks ago.
I know they were. So what's to say that they don't have transcripts from 3, 4, or 5 weeks ago?
Our entire relationship, friendship, our whole summer.
Someone is out here with a walkie-talkie, taking notes and talking to God knows who. What do you think is going on behind that fence?
Apparently a lot of following you around taking notes, which is unfucking believable, Henry.
You're telling me. All right, I'm on my way to Wapiti Meadow. I'll let you know what I find.
Okay. There's got to be a reasonable explanation. Also, I'm gonna call around and see if anyone's had anything weird happen to them or seemed spooked. I don't want to make this bigger than it is yet, you know?
Yeah, understood.
Yeah, okay. Hike safe.
Yes, I would highly recommend this game. A very 10 out of 10 experience on in every conceivable way you could imagine, including director's commentary, which is what we're playing right now.
Hey, it's Chris again.
And it's James again.
This moment by the lake where you get punched out by the person who turns out to be Ned Goodwin is one of the few times in the game where we have a complete takeover cutscene like this, sort of fully animated.
It shoulders the burden for the whole second half of the game of the player feeling scared. Like when they get to the research site, a lot of people have talked to me about they were always worried that they were going to get punched again because it happens from behind, so they're constantly sort of like spinning the camera around. Yeah, and it's along with like the rope breaking on day one, it's probably like one of the biggest punchy action set pieces I got to animate. And it's also interesting that like most of the action happens off camera, so I'm sort of implying a bunch of stuff and then sort of handing it over to audio and being like, okay, you need to basically make most of this actually work.
Yeah, scoring this was almost like scoring a tiny little radio drama because there are the sort of creeping footsteps behind you and they're panning slightly from right to left as they approach, and then there's the big like Indiana Jones style fist punch sound, which was really fun. That was definitely the most outrageous sound I got to put in this game. And then the ringing, yeah, it was really fun.
Punch
this
sounds.
Moment changed a fair
Real
amount
life fighting is
because it
awkward.
was so incredibly difficult to communicate to the player, oh, there's this exact little thing on the ground that you have to notice and pick up, and you have to do that for the game to progress. There was actually a version of this where you didn't technically need to pick up the radio, and it...
And I'm doing all right over here, Woozy. It's been a decent day. The days in general have just been good. Good, from decent to good.
just led to way too much like design uncertainty and confusion.
Yeah, this was definitely one of those points where we had to be realistic about, is the game actually getting better for giving you the option to completely ignore every single part of the through line of the game? And in this case we said, no, it's not actually.
Yeah, a lot of this game ended up being about finding a compromise between player expressivity and actually making sure some kind of coherent story got told. So this was quite a significant example of that in development. Took a long time to nail down, but I'm pretty happy with where it ended up.
Absolutely, and I am feeling it and happy about it. Alright, next objective. Which technically, apparently I don't have to do this. I could go straight to the camp and get the axe. But plot. I like plot. Even if I've seen the plot many times. But also I found the stick last time I played this. Or no. Was it Katie that found the stick? One of us found the stick. I will find the stick and use the stick. They will talk about the stick in here.
So here we are at the gate of what Henry only knows is Wapiti Meadow.
Soon to be known as Wapiti Station.
Dun dun dun. So we can even talk about how you actually technically don't have to come here on this day at all, but presuming you haven't done anything strange, you now have to attempt to break in to this weird fence that's just seemingly out of nowhere in the middle of the woods.
And realizing that the story needed that, we then were in a pickle where we went, well, we've never made you do anything like that before. Like, go and do an adventure game thing, like use an object with an object. And so we kind of put ourselves in a position
Object being a
via the
stick.
story. And I think this is what I would classify as like not great game design, folks.
Correct.
Where I, for lack of, I mean, I'll take full credit, I guess, had pushed us into a place with the story where you needed to try to get into this place to justify going somewhere else less important to find a way to get in later. Because when you're telling a story, like, and then you have to kind of create a diversion, you don't want to be like, the most important thing you want is behind this gate, but you need to go elsewhere to get behind it. It's like the biggest like bugaboo of adventure game design, but we had written ourselves right into it, and the story was now like, or the game design was now subservient to the story, which is really bad if you're a game designer or an aspiring game designer.
Not the best place to be.
Not great. So Nels and Will and
In a position where you have to compromise game design for story, or story for game design.
James set about piecing together the concept of being able to pick up things and then contextually change the action you could do with those things. And in terms of look and feel, I think you guys did a great job of being able to pick up the rocks that are to the left of the gate. There is, you probably don't know this player
Rocks
because it's
too.
very difficult to see, but there is a stick to the
Stick.
right of the gate.
And there's another one off to the left. Once you try to get in some fashion, the game
They claim that there's 2 fucking sticks. In every playthrough, I've never once found the stick. I've never once found it.
the game is agnostic about which. Then you can say like, hey, Delilah, I don't think I can get in here.
But it got found last time when Katie played it. So I am going to find it. I don't remember the exact spot, but I'm going to find it.
Here. And of course, in like, classic Firewatch fashion, there's a bunch of very subtle like micro branches where if you actually try to break in with all 3 of the things, Henry's like, I tried to smash it and break it, I can't do it. So there's like a little bit of reactivity there that's cool, but also me and James and Will basically had to go through like a baton death march to get this to work, just because nothing else in the game at all works this way. With like because the objects, they're in your hand, but then as you use them on the gate, then they're destroyed, but they have to go somewhere and it has to sync up with a special. It's just any one element that is complicated to do it in a game to make look nice, and it has like all 10 of them.
And it's not built on any sort of like reusable system because we didn't imagine we were making a game where you would use thing on a thing like you do in like Monkey Island or whatever. But we walked ourselves right to that.
I also need to play Monkey Island, like, in the near future-ish.
Unfortunately. But I think you guys did a valiant job, and I really love the way it actually feels to do it. I am just glad I wasn't the gameplay programmer on it. I'm very happy about this.
Lucky you.
Okay, I'm at the fence. I don't see anyone around, but I'm not sure I can get past it.
How big is it?
Big. It goes off in both directions. Acres.
What the fuck is going on out here?
Whatever it is, someone doesn't want anyone to know about it.
Sometimes biologists will cordon off a little area to study flora or whatever, but that's only a few square feet usually.
That's not what this is.
Well, see what you can do to get past it.
Looks like goddamn Area 51.
Maybe they've got aliens. That'd be exciting.
Yeah, we'll see about that. And what are the odds they left the gate unlocked?
Pretty low, I'd imagine.
punched it. We've rock hit it. Rock hit again. And now. God, I don't remember the exact location, but I remember I know I have a better idea what it looks like now. I know it wasn't too far off though. And the dev said, it's to the right of the game, which is fucking bullshit. I mean, it's to the right of the gate. Yeah, to the right of the gate over here. Oh, where? No. Where's their fucking stick here? Over here? Do they mean stage right? No. What the fuck are they talking about then, huh? Fuck are they talking about? I'm having trouble finding the stick again, even though I've seen it before. I literally just want to see the animation of the stick being used. That's all. I am so determined to find this stick. Wait. Ooh, texture glitch. Ooh, texture glitch. Ooh. I see the bottomless sky. Right there. Ooh. Maybe that's where my fucking stick went. Into the texture glitch. Actually, that might be one of those rendering things that I wasn't supposed to see. In which case, I wonder if I could get a prize for letting them know about that. You know, however many years later. Like, hey, I know you haven't made games in, like, fucking years, and you're claiming to work on one that's going to be released in 2028. But can you go back into wherever the hell you stored Firewatch and fix this texture glitch? It's a problem. I'm about to give up again for the millionth time. Why the hell do I hear, like, everything there? Or maybe it wasn't a playthrough with Katie. Maybe it was a free roam playthrough that I did. Or maybe it's because I keep playing developer commentary that I can't find the cassette. Maybe somehow this interferes with where the stick is. Where I can't find cassette. Whatever.
Look, I'm not gonna be able to get into this place.
Shit.
I don't know how long I can dick around out here until someone notices.
Oh.
God, if you were an actual firefighter, you'd have that gate down in 2 shakes. Hey, actually, those guys doing the controlled burn, they might be able to help.
Where are they?
Beyond Ruby River, there's a scout camp. They burned a line a few days ago that should let you hike right to them.
Well, that's great.
If they haven't left, they're probably the type of guys who would help you get through that fence.
This is one of those parts where I might get lost without using the map or compass. Turt.
Hi, Jane.
Hi, Sean. There's a turtle here.
There's a turtle here.
I found it already.
It's probably
Found it.
you were doing, even though in classic Campo Santo form, playing like autopsy detective on how the turtle got into the game is not yielding any definitive results.
I think I remember wanting something. Like I said, I just want a place that's very pleasant in the game, and I also want something very cute in the game. I think that was kind of on my wish list.
And we killed 2 turts with 1 stone here.
And then someone maybe said something about turtles, and then
A turtle, I think a turtle fit into the scope of what creature we could let you find and manipulate and animate, and we weren't afraid of it then.
Because we were also thinking,
we had the idea
like,
really early, and we were afraid of animals.
yeah, because you're like, what if someone wants to like throw a thing? Like if you throw a cute animal, usually that will hurt the animal, and then maybe someone said it would be fine if it's a turtle.
And you can definitely launch this turtle right into the lake.
Done
and
that a few
hopefully
times.
Henry will say something about it if you do, which is one of my favorite moments in the game. And then I think Turt Reynolds, the name you can choose for him, was a bad joke made by a guy who shares an office with us, Zach Johnson, Kingdom of Loathing. He came out and said, "What about Turt Reynolds?" And we all groaned, and then I wrote it down.
And then we were like, well, now we have to have a turtle in the game.
Yeah. And then Turt made his debut at E3 2015 in the Firewatch E3 trailer, and people lost their silly minds.
Yeah, we were like, if we put Turt in this trailer, then we have to make it work in the finished game.
Yeah, he has to be a cornerstone. And then, you can feed him when you put him in you can give him a granola bar when you put him in the box back in your tower. I think that's still in the game. Yeah, you got all your wishes.
Which I couldn't get that to work. But I'm, you can even Turt Reynolds, Shelley Duvall, Bucket Jr. for your dog. And I don't remember what the secret name is. If there is one or not.
Hey, I called around. Things seem normal with everyone else.
Has anything strange been happening on your end?
No, nothing really.
Nothing really, or nothing?
Nothing. My door was open the other night, but that's not strange.
That doesn't sound like nothing.
It's nothing, I promise.
All right, I'm headed toward the camp anyway.
Okay. Keep your radio close to you.
Hey, what you just said,
Detour.
keep my radio close to me.
Yeah?
Before I got attacked back at the lake, I saw a radio on the ground, kind of like the one I use.
And?
Do you think that maybe someone was,
I don't know. What?
tailing me, following me around, like working with other people?
Henry, you are way too much of a dope to be in the mob.
Someone is clearly able to hear us sometimes and was hiding near the lake. Come on.
I just...
Just admit it. You're a little worried.
Of course I'm worried, but let's just try to keep things calm, okay? Keep things on an even keel.
Even keel. Easy. Easy enough. I'm going out of my way to see if I can trigger the Raccoon Carter event. Got it. Raccoons are just Cute little trash pandas. And it didn't do what I was hoping it would do. No chime in from Delilah about who the hell Raccoon Carter is and what the hell that place was. Only triggered it once. It's gonna happen again one day. I kind of figured I'd throw that in there because I'm probably not gonna finish this tonight, unfortunately. Probably Monday though. But I'll still be going a bit longer. Shrek life is doing A-okay for me. And how about yourself? How is life for you? What's going on with you? Boo. I just realized I could have gone up a much easier way. I forgot.
I know we don't know what's going on yet, but I don't have a good feeling. I don't like feeling vulnerable. It's not like you can just call the police.
I mean, nobody does, Delilah.
It just struck me that if anything weird like this happened to them, happened to Brian, just how scary it would have been.
He had his dad to protect him. Ned, right?
Yeah.
You don't think he could?
No, you're probably right.
It was 3 years ago. He's in high school now. He's on summer break.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Got a new job. Oh, what's the new job? I've kind of come to the acceptance that I'm probably going to be doing massage therapy for fucking ever. But I'm honestly half okay with that. I do like that I'm fucking good at my job. And it is good money. And if I ever decide to venture out on my own, it'd be even better money.
Whoa, the flapjack fire isn't going anywhere, huh?
No, that's why those guys came out to burn that line. It's at the stage where all we can do is pay attention to it.
They're not gonna try to put it out?
Not yet, apparently.
Oh, good, that book is gone. Great. Yeah, if you take, I did one detail here. The food here doubles and triples in capacity if you take the other if you take the other lookouts food, like the supplies. Also, you can see how distant we're growing from Julia by our wedding ring being here. Put it back on. We're unsure. You're unsure. Golf course. All right. Nice. All right. July 15th. There was a meteor shower last night, and man, if you never heard 100 miles, if you've never been 100 miles from a street light during one, you're really missing out. I sat outside with my feet on the railing and watched them zoom overhead until 3 in the morning. Even with the fire still burning, they were the brightest shooting stars I've ever seen. Dee hung in until past midnight, and we had a good time watching them together. I'm thinking a lot about life after work, after working out here. One thing is for sure, I want to come back next year. Would be great if Dee was back in Thoroughfare and I got to do 2 forks again. Dee was saying that the Forest Service likes to keep people in the same lookouts. You get better at the job that way. I guess so. Maybe I'll leave my typewriter out here over the winter, so I don't have to hike out with it on my way back. After the season, I was thinking I'd see if there was a more NFS work out there, or call up in Dixon or Cotton Mountains and see about working in the slopes. Would be nice to get back into skiing, honestly, after a couple months of being outside. I'm not sure I'm ready to be stuck indoors again. We'll see. Reading is hard some days. Every day. Hey, Turt. What's everyone's tomorrow of Sunday consisting? Oh my god, I glitched through this. Wow. Massage therapist. A masseuse is unlicensed. A massage therapist has gone to school. And gone through the licensing procedure. It's been my life for the last 13 years. Controlled burns.
Hi, it's Jane again. So Nels, what is a controlled burn?
A controlled burn is actually a technique that real wildland firefighters use. They actually have these amazing things called drip cans, which are basically like Tin Man oil can, except they're just full of like extremely flammable fluid and they're always on fire. So yeah, it's awesome. So basically firefighters will dig a bunch of like fire breaks and then use these drip cans to light a bunch of small controlled fires to burn out all the flammable materials in an area that that a big like proper uncontrolled wildfire is approaching, so that when the fire, due to the wind or whatever, gets to that area is already burned, so the fire can't keep spreading kind of past where that burn was. So in the case in the game right here, the idea is that the firefighter crew burned out all the fuel right next to the river so that the fire couldn't be blown basically across the river. That the hope is between the controlled burn and the river itself, the fire wouldn't actually spread all the way up to Two Forks and beyond. As you will discover later in the game.
Which they did the shittiest job over.
As is often the case in the real world, fires are nothing if not unpredictable.
In terms of technically how we achieve this, basically we have a pre-burn sector that is all lush and beautiful, full of trees that you cannot push through, so it works great as a gate. And after the controlled burn in the story, we swap the whole area, this whole piece, including the ground and all the trees in it, with a new piece of artwork, basically, to the post-burn sector, which lets the player walk right through.
It's interesting that like there's kind of this baseline of the world, and then there are these almost just two chunks just sitting right on top of it.
The world is kind of made of tiles in a way, so like we have the option to swap different tiles in and out, and this is a great place to use that technology.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Yeah, it's pretty great. Would I say it's a good career path? Yes and no. Don't expect massage therapy to be a long-term career. Like, I think I might be able to pull it off, but I feel like my body was more designed for that kind of work. I'm also very smart with how I use my body when I work. Also, small thing I like to do in this game, for immersion's sake, because there's this convenient path of stones here, you know? One could just run across and get our feet wet, but there's a little child in all of us, as well as a person in all of us that doesn't want to get our feet wet. So who would not want to jump on the stones? love it. That's right. We're gonna get more from Ron and Dave. Lending library. We'll read one of the books first. Jane Eyre. Oh. Boring. Terminal 7. And now a major motion picture starring Anders Nelson. That is really awful. Oh, that is awful text to put there. I'm gonna pass. And falling into the water. I mean, at least you have fun still. Ron, really wish the powers that could be issue us radios that didn't suck ass. Most of the time, I'd prefer to keep things pen to paper, but every once in a while, I'd manage to get a hold of you right away. Feel your touch, you know, your soft lips on mine. My sister keeps leaving me messages at the main office, but I don't think she gets that I took this job so I wouldn't have to deal with her or Mom. I've been sitting here at the spot for a while now thinking about what to say to her, but instead I'm a quarter way through this bottle of Fifey's and said, "Miss you, Dave." I love the Ron and Dave love subplot.
I found where they did the controlled burn. I can hike right through here now.
Yeah, normally they wouldn't do that so close to a body of water, but I think they're extra worried about a fire jumping the river and burning up to 2 forks, now that there's someone in it.
Well, I'm extra appreciative of that.
Let's see. The scout camp is southeast of the river. There should be a pond on the way.
Got it. What happens if a controlled burn gets out of control?
Someone gets fired.
Are you serious?
Oh, come on. That one was an honest accident. I'm not even in the mood for wordplay. That's how wound up all this shit has me.
I mean, fair enough, someone's listening in on your conversations. Now, I love the pond up ahead, but is this worth listening to? Pork pond. Yeah, I'd rather just experience it. First this.
There's some old snowmobiles out here.
That's crazy.
Looks like one of the poor bastards was cruising across this pond and dumped it.
That was not a fun hike back to civilization.
Whoa, someone stripped these snowmobiles down to the bone.
Huh.
And that's weird, right?
I mean, I can come up with a bunch of not weird reasons someone would do that out here, but given what's happened, yeah. Yeah, that's weird.
There's an old pond out here, not much more than a pile of mud. Do you have it on your map?
Yeah, I know where you are.
Yeah? Where am I?
Pork Pond. There used to be a sign up for it, but, well, folks kept stealing it.
Because it's called Pork Pond?
It's a good goddamn name. That sign would look great in a den, or, you know, anywhere.
I want a sign that says Pork Pond. I want a Pork Pond sign back here. I need to make that a thing.
So, is the scout camp anywhere near Pork Pond?
Yeah, it is. Just keep heading east. You'll cross a small ravine, and you shouldn't be able to miss it.
Thing that is great about Pork Pond, other than it is called Pork Pond, which is a wonderful thing to say. You want to say it? Pork Pond. Pork Pond. Pork Pond.
It's not
Pork
even
pond.
really a pond.
It's barely a pond.
It's like a pork puddle, really.
It's
It is
pork
more of a puddle.
It may have been a pond at one point. Later, dear player, hopefully you noticed that there is a Pork Pond sign in Delilah's lookout tower. After Delilah has told you, if you talk about Pork Pond, that people just keep stealing the sign. So
How
that's
it
why
looks
there's no
great
sign.
in like a den or
A den, or right in
lookout
front of
cabin,
me.
really.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that was really fun about making this game with such a small team, is that I named Pork Pond after my girlfriend's dog, Pork Belly, who I like very much. He has a Japanese chin, and he is very weird. And then I wrote the goof about the sign not being there because there wasn't a sign. And then the next thing I knew, someone said, "Oh, it should be in Delilah's lookout." I don't know if that was you, Jane, but that's the sort of thing you would do. Is you'd be like, "I was playing the game, and I felt like that Pork Pond sign should be in Delilah's
Like
tower."
if I were Delilah, I would have totally stolen it.
Exactly right. So then we just say yes, and we keep putting goofs into the game. So that is the Ballad of Pork Pond.
Pork Puddle Pond.
Pork Puddle Pond. I like this is our only tape together.
I know.
And it was just us saying Pork Pond about 15 or 20 times. Pork Pond.
Pork Pond. I want a sign that says it now.
Camp Arapaho.
I don't want a sign that says Camp Arapaho.
Yeah.
It's been out there since the 50s.
I was never really into the idea of the Scouts. It's something about men organizing boys around their ideals. Never sat right with me.
Beware weebelows in large numbers.
Beware of anyone in large numbers.
Also, what the fuck is a Weebelo? Apparently, it's a scouting term. Weebelows refers to the program for 4th grade Cub Scouts who are preparing to transition to Scouts BSA, whatever the hell BSA is. I think I was a Weebelo then. I think I was in 4th grade when I was in the Scouts.
The bridge to the camp is out.
Damn.
I'm gonna walk the ravine and see if I can find some high ground to get across.
Good plan.
You ever talked to any of the Scouts?
No, they haven't been out here in a while, and I generally don't have a lot to say to preteens.
Unless it's Brian Goodwin.
Well, if forced, I mean, I can make conversation with anyone. Plus, it was sort of fun to hear about all of his nerdy hobbies.
What type of nerdy hobbies are we talking about with him? Like marching band?
Oh, no. Like comics, model rockets, wizards and wyverns, you know.
Wizards and Wyverns.
Hey, thanks to Brian, I can almost recall by memory the armor classes of most dragons.
The what? No, you can't.
Hey, planar dragon's armor class. Let's see.
Okay, no, I believe you. We're good.
He could basically make up anything. I'm sure he'd believe it.
I guess these little shelters are where they keep the Weeblos.
For the past 35 years, yeah.
Definitely had a little extra soft spot for Brian Goodwin after hearing about his love for basically D&D.
Bear traps out here in the scout shelters.
Scouts are stalwart prey.
That's messed up.
10-1 by Richard Sturgeon. The gripping finale to the crime by the numbers. 10 names, all sure to be dead in 48 hours. Thrilling. When a full-page ad is taken out in the South City Chronicle with the names of 10 citizens, none connected and 3 already dead, it's clear to something of 1.5 million is going to happen to the last 7. Something out Richard Sturgeon's decalogue of something. Neil Black has 2 more jobs to do, find something and save South City from itself, making something even harder is the final name printed in the paper in his own. To one of his in the climaxes, yada go in the bear trap. Fine, float on the bear trap. And my damn alarm needs to go to hell. I do think after the day is over, we're gonna call it here, which will be in a bit. Not much I can see here. Talk to here. That book looks really derpy floating, but fuck it, it's staying there.
Yeah, these guys are gone. I found where they were sitting around before getting picked up. I found an axe.
If one of the crew left it, that thing is actually called a Pulaski.
A Pulaski.
It looks like an axe to me. This thing will be a huge help.
For both getting through the backcountry and getting through that fence.
We can now cut down bushes and tree logs.
I found a little trowel. Maybe I should take it with me. Use it to pop open beers.
Wow, 99% sure that's for burying poop.
And I'm holding it.
Maybe drop it?
I'm still holding it. Why am I still holding it?
Now that's a real mystery.
We'll just examine this toilet paper as our way of cleaning our hand.
Hey, Dee, they left something behind. It's like a memo from their boss.
Did it say anything of note?
Next few days, dropping into the thoroughfare on behalf of Dr. Simmons at Wapiti Station.
Wapiti Station?
Holy crap.
Keep reading.
Oh, I just thought I would maybe, stop there, let the mystery percolate.
My mother always said I would meet someone who'd give me a taste of my own medicine.
They're running a research site out there. He was worried about wildfires.
Someone is writing down our conversations. And now we find out there's a research site out here that we don't know about? What are they researching? I mean, you and I aren't very interesting. Well, you're not. I'm infinitely complex.
Horned toads.
Probably just horned toads.
Horned
Maybe
toads.
Turd was an escapee.
Huh.
And a Wapiti Station clipboard with our conversations on it is just, what, recreation for them?
I'm just messing around. Somebody is obviously up to something. I'm freaking out here.
At least we know there is something real happening behind that fence.
I think that we should consider that maybe this is all just a coincidence, but my gut says that there is something bad going on.
Mine too. Okay. So what's next?
Well, I've got an axe, so I can figure out a way to get over the ravine and back towards the site.
Sounds good. Check in when you can, and keep an eye out for anyone following you.
Now, is this one worth doing? The animating of... I mean, yeah, just walk over. Basically, this is us. We have no head. Our arms are definitely a bit on the derpy side, but can apparently interact with things as we swing. Picking up beer can. Throwing beer can. Fun director commentary stuff. Not fun enough that I'm gonna sit there right now. But fun enough that it's worth looking at. Oh yeah, this last part. I'll skip it. Did we just run backwards? What?
Let's hear it.
Here we go.
You heard someone in the bushes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's assume we're being tailed. Or you are, at least. Where are you right now?
Just on my way back, in and out of trees in the middle of nowhere.
Do you see anybody?
No, definitely not.
All right, so tell me what you think of this. Did you just cough?
No. Did you just cough?
No.
Oh, fuck. There isn't any way someone, another lookout, could be on this line, is there?
No. Not without tapping our radios.
Well, what about when I heard you talking to someone else?
I just left your line open. That's not what this is.
The night originally ended there when they were designing it, and the next day would begin with you with you just in your tower trying to communicate with Delilah, like wondering like why the fuck she's not picking up, and people were wondering what the fuck, why are you just what is this why can you suddenly not talk to her anymore, and then but it didn't occur to the game devs to add this until like later in the game to this next part.
Get in your tower, shut the door, don't leave, and don't use your radio. I'll call you. Understand? I will call you.
Because sometimes things just, get forgotten.
Thoroughfare Tower, this is Two Forks calling you for the, 50th time today. The flapjack fire continues to move in a southerly fashion. Delilah, for fuck's sake, answer your radio.
Hello, sunshine. Sorry, went out.
Yes, Steam, what's going on? I am doing all right. Thank you. Yeah, I fall so far into the role playing. Glad you're still here for answering that. And also, why are you so?
I didn't sleep a wink last night, and I've been going crazy for the past 6 hours of sunup. How are you so chipper?
Well, it's a new day. What a day, this day we've been given.
Maybe I am actually asleep right now. Maybe I didn't stay up all night knowing that someone is...
I actually slept just great.
Okay.
By the way, I was wondering if your Flora of the Shoshone info poster was still up inside your tower?
Flora of the Shoshone.
What?
It's just protocol that those stay up. You know, info about your tower, the surrounding tree species, etc.
All right.
Just, have a look at it. Make sure it's in ship shape.
So, when it came to finding the Flora of the Shoshone poster, it took me a solid 5 minutes to figure out where this fucking thing was, which is right here, just on the wall. You look around hard enough, Flora of the Shoshone. You think flower, Shoshone. You're looking for something with flowers or plants. You find it eventually, especially because when your cursor goes over it, it says Flora of the Shoshone when you're close enough. It took me 5 minutes to find it. When I watched Katie play this, it took her 5 seconds, and I'm not even exaggerating. I was internally upset to see someone else not struggle with what I struggle with. What's my name mean? It's from my World of Warcraft character. When I decided that I wanted to have an internet life, and I wanted to have a cool internet name, I thought Kadash. I always liked that name from Final Fantasy VII Advent Children movie, and I thought, okay, we'll go with that. And Kadash was my warlock in World of Warcraft, so I thought, oh, Warlock Kadash, and that's how I am online. Not much of a Warlock Kadash anymore, just more of a random dude just going through a lot of shit online.
Okay, yeah, it's up. Why are you acting like this?
Great. Just wonderful.
Do
you see the tree in the top row, second from the left?
Nice to hear that. Yes,
Let me look at it and I'll tell you.
No. You don't need to tell me. Just internalize it. It's a great tree, and there's an area called
That tree's name.
in your sector that maybe you should take a midday hike to. Maybe.
Wait, we have fandom names? You have a fandom name? I have a fandom name? My warlock thing?
Which tree am I supposed to internalize again?
Top row, second from the left. Head to a place named after that tree, and you'll have a wonderful afternoon.
Oh, yeah, okay. Maybe I should go for a hike.
Nothing like an afternoon in the Rockies, I tell ya. Radio me the moment you get there.
A Final Fantasy? Yes, Kadash was a Final Fantasy name. Just, instead of ASH, it'd be KADAJ if I spelled it correctly when I first heard it. But yeah, oh yeah, that's right. So, I never really thought about it. Yeah, it is a fandom name. I never thought about that in my life. You know what? It makes sense. You know, I geek the fuck out over over the game so much. I've replayed it 3 times on stream. I want to replay it again upstairs, both versions when I get a Steam Deck. It's the first cosplay I've ever 80% gotten most of is from the game. Even now, my only motivation to ever work out is to get my own Buster Sword and swing that around until I get jacked. That's the only workout I want to do is that. Like, why does my workout equipment have to cost me $1,000? Anyway, we'll read this quick. Put it back nicely. July 16th. What the fuck difference a day makes? Holy hell, I don't even know where to begin. It's late, past midnight, so I'm going to write down everything that happened today as fast as I can. I went down to the lake and found a clipboard and walkie-talkie, and I don't know how to describe this. I don't know what to say other than someone is listening to Delilah and I. I know that sounds crazy, but someone is out here listening to us and attacked me. They're taking notes about our conversations. We think there might some sort of study. There should be a B in there. There might be some sort of study going on. Like maybe we're given these jobs not just to look for fires, but to be part of a behavioral study or something. Fuck. I know this all sounds insane. It is insane. I don't know how to explain any of it. Delilah definitely heard someone on our walkie-talkie as well. It wasn't just me. I'm rambling here. I heard someone too. I tried calling her a couple times tonight, but we don't want to talk on these anymore. I don't know what we're going to do. Talking is hard. Oh, this game is full of weird lore. I wanted so badly to learn archery when you were a teen because Katniss, my parents said it was too. Oh. That's unfortunate. But I know video games have done the same thing for me. I know stealth games got me really into wanting to learn how to pick locks, and I never figured it out, unfortunately. Playing piano was another story. That was a random thing I got because of the shit I was into. But in terms of what my current fandom I want to do from that, just straight up get a Buster Sword and swing it around. I would make TikToks of that as well. It would literally be day one to like day whatever fuck of me swinging the Buster Sword until I get jacked, or I can swing it like Cloud, which I will never be able to swing it like Cloud because they live in a alternate world where people can jump 50 feet high and not break their knees. But some form of it. Inspiration being, there was a guy I saw on TikTok that did the same thing with like one of the legendary anime swords called Guts. And I thought that's a great idea. And like I've just always known, I'm not gonna work out unless I find it enjoyable. And what would be more enjoyable than swinging around a giant sword? I'm glad I had my first guaranteed viewer. Let's play Final Fantasy music in the background. It'd be great. Also, everything looks so much different after the fires. Like, been going on for like weeks now. Well, not weeks, but like a week or so. We are just gonna run through this. I know what I said before, but sometimes haste is important. Nope. Coming up to, for the commentary section, the rendered bodies, which we're not going to listen to, but going through. I think this was one of the default bodies that's given to you in one of the 3D platforms that you make these characters in, which also just straight up became one of the teens in the background that we can't see. Which, same thing with this one. The slow stages of Henry's development. He had denim shorts for a while. Experimented with different looks until he became this guy with the, unfortunately not the heart-shaped chest hair, but a lot more like that. And this giant tree with this random ski. It gets put on the map for no reason. We don't talk about it. It's just there.
I'm here at Cottonwood Creek.
You see the cash box there?
Must be around here somewhere.
It is. Find it and open it. I changed the code. It's 5678.
Are you kidding me?
I was in a rush.
Having them all be 1, 2, 3, 4, just having it change to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just one stray match. Protect the forest. 3 Blind Rats. By Richard Sturgeon again. When FBI informants need protection, you call the police. When those informants wind up dead, you call Neil Black. That's not the first time we've seen that name. In a rain-soaked return to Southern City, Neil Black is hung out to dry as the only man who can piece an FBI case back together with danger lurking around every corner. Introducing Black's, I'm going to say, hypothesis or nemesis, the shadowy Don Carl. 3 Blind Mice is Sturgeon's at his best. As Neil Black is stabbed in the back, Who will be the one holding the carving knife? One thing's for sure. It's not the farmer's wife. Well, that just gets me so fucking excited.
I've got it now.
Good. I spent all day getting you that radio.
We can hold on to this for
Lied to a
evidence.
cash box, lied to a ranger, lied to another ranger, and hopefully you are now holding a clean, untapped radio.
Hopefully.
Holy fuck, Henry, we have to get into that site.
Which, apparently, we never have to actually get this radio. We could just go to the Wapiti. We could have just gone to Wapiti Station and done that, and just done the stuff there.
Whatever these people are doing is illegal, right? We need to find out how they're doing it, why, everything.
Are you okay?
Understand?
Are you okay?
I don't know, Henry.
People have been listening to us all summer. How is this actually happening?
I don't know. I'm scared.
Oh, I never heard that from her.
None of it makes any sense.
Are there any other lookouts this is happening to? Someone else in on this? Anyone?
This is just happening to us. Everyone else is fine.
Are you sure?
Yes. I've tried to bring it up to Chimney Rock, Elks Fork, and Beartooth Lookout, and every one of them got confused. Asked me if I'm okay and if I need to be relieved. Our fucking state coordinator asked if I was just having lady troubles. So no, this isn't happening to anyone else, and I'm done asking. I just changed clothes laying on the floor because I don't know who could be watching.
I mean, fair enough.
Who is doing this?
I don't know who could be doing this. Henry, I've been at this job off and on for 13 years. Sometimes here, sometimes over near Jackson, a couple times down in Wind River. And nothing like this has ever happened before.
All right, let's lose our mind. Let's lose our goddamn mind.
Am I just making all of this up? I mean, the eavesdropping, the spying, is this... Fuck, are you... Is any of this real?
What? Are you serious?
Maybe I'm just losing my mind.
What?
Like Julia. Maybe it's happening to me, and I'm imagining that I have a boss out here and that we're being spied on.
Henry.
Maybe there was something in the water, or our condo was underneath some power lines, and you, Delilah, you're not real.
Henry, think about her. If what happened to her were happening to you, you wouldn't even be able to realize it.
I imagine it is probably like not too far of a reach to lose your mind out there.
Hey.
Henry, sweetie, I am real and this is happening. I'm as real as the sky is blue. Take a second and then call me back. I'm on your side.
Okay, I'm all right. I'm headed towards the site.
Good. Keep your head up.
Okay. That is it for tonight. I am sleepy. I'm gonna go pass out. Good night, bitches.